Wednesday evening, 2 weeks after she was arrested by ICE agent. When Imene Imenet arrived home to South Jersey, she was met by family members and friends who were ready to celebrate her return. She's just relieved now, her son Muhammad said, and appreciating that she's here to enjoy this moment. Immigration officials arrested Imene and her husband, Jalal, at their restaurant on February 25th. Jalal was released that day with an ankle monitor to care for one of their sons, but Imene was taken to a detention center in North Jersey. A deportation hearing for Imene that was previously set for next week has been canceled. Now, the family's attorney is working to get the couple's cases heard at the same time. Muhammad said while his family pays taxes, they are not eligible for any benefits like Social Security because they haven't been granted permanent residence. He believes their story is evidence that the immigration system is flawed.
Kathy, how is this affecting the kebab supply in New Jersey?
In Jersey? Well, actually, there's a GoFundMe for them because they've had to shut down their restaurant.
Okay, that's what I was wondering,
yes,
if they had to shut it down.
They did.
There's actually started a new thing called Kebab Fund Me, which is actually a wholly other thing. I like kebab. I'm a fan of kebabs.
Definitely.
Is no one else hearing like a commercial in their headphones?
Nope. Nope, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, Nick and I are.
Oh,
okay.
Lucky.
Okay.
Lucky, good for you.
Is it for a kebab place?
No, I don't know what it was. Yeah.
Are we on the air? Ryan, checking back at the studio. We're a little confusing. Yes, we are on the air, Kathy.
Right,
Continue.
Okay.
Take your headphones
I'm gonna
off
have,
if you need to.
I'm going to have to take my headphones off. Okay.
But, like, if you go to, like, a casual place, you get a kebab. But if a fancy place, you get a Robert.
Excellent. It's excellent,
Hey,
man.
he's back,
Wow.
everybody.
Oh,
couldn't
good.
even-
Yes.
Has returned to the show.
You didn't even get through it.
He was
He did.
literally deported by Italy.
You had a little hitch there.
Yes,
As
well,
you were going
we
for
find
delivery.
your Robert joke is very funny. Put him on the next flight.
Come get him.
Oh,
So
Get
anyway,
him out of here.
so yes, the couple's restaurant is shut down, and the community has set up a GoFundMe for them.
Robert.
All right, stop it. I'm going into a
Okay,
serious
all right.
story.
Okay.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office has named a person of interest as the search continues for a college student missing in the Dominican Republic. This development comes as new video is being shared in the investigation. Doesn't this just take you right back to Natalie Holloway?
Yeah, it absolutely
This is
does.
all I keep
And
thinking.
her name has been invoked so much since the beginning of this. Oh, and so many of the things are the same.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
like a very similar story. Video obtained by a Dominican Republic news outlet shows 20-year-old Sadiq Shah Kanaki walking with friends and a young man at the RIU Republica Resort around 4:30 in the morning last Thursday, March 6th. Authorities say Kanaki, her friends, and the young man walked towards the beach. While her friends returned later, Kanaki and the young man remained behind. Kanaki is a University of Pittsburgh student and a permanent resident of Virginia. The young man in the video is Joshua Reeb, and he's been named as a person of interest in her disappearance. Video shows Kanaki walking with her friends and Reeb before she disappeared. Authorities suspect that she may have drowned, but the FBI is leading the investigation. They're saying that Reeb is cooperating with the investigation, but right now he's being named as a person of interest. Fire crews are making progress containing a wildfire in Gloucester County, New Jersey. The blaze grew to 150 acres Wednesday night, but officials added that it was 50% contained. The flames have threatened about 20 structures, which is down from 60, which was earlier in the night. Proposed Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue remain open to local traffic. The Office of Emergency Management has been activated. No injuries have been reported, and the cause of fire remains under
Kathy, they're talking about
investigation.
building a firewall made out of Roberts.
You're going to go back there. You're bringing it back up. All right, sports this morning. The Sixers lost again, falling to the Raptors 118-105 last night in Toronto.
What is that?
A.J. Lawson scored 28 points, and Jared Rhodes set career highs with 25 points and 12 rebounds to lead the Raptors to the win.
What the is this?
Andre Drummond returned after sitting out Monday night in a loss at Atlanta due to illness, but the Sixers were without 8 players, including Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, and Kyle Lowry.
What is that?
The Sixers are back home tomorrow night with a game against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. The Flyers, who have lost 5 straight games, continue their homestand tonight with a game against the Tampa Bay Lightning. The puck will drop at 7 o'clock. And here at spring training, the Phillies were off yesterday, but they'll be back in Clearwater this afternoon for a game against the Braves. We will all be attending the game after this broadcast. The first pitch is scheduled for 1:05, and the Eagles are still the Super Bowl champs.
Yes.
And that's what I have for you this morning.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much, Kathy. And as we stated at the beginning, we have successfully made it to Clearwater, and we are here at Baycare Ballpark in our regular haunt for the past several years now, right next to this great tiki bar called Frenchie's in the outfield. We're directly across from the bullpen, and as Steve said, we've got the stadium lights on. As we came up, the guy working the security is like, "You want me to turn those big lights on?" We're like, "Yeah, man, go for it."
We can't see.
Yeah, we can't see anything. We got another, almost an hour or so before the sun comes up. But so far, so good. We all got here last night. Our friend Vince at Philly Sports Trips had an event where the crew that is on this trip was going on a booze cruise last night. So we didn't even get to the hotel. We went straight to the boat.
Yeah.
And we went on and we met everybody there. Everybody is so fired up to be here.
We literally walked into applause.
Yeah.
Which was wild because everyone was so excited, and so many of them obviously through MMR and fans of the Preston and Steve show. But if I had a bit of energy, I would have loved to have gone out with them, but I couldn't.
No.
When we walked in, I was exhausted. I was not expecting everyone to. I thought everyone was just gonna kind of be hanging. They were all sitting, ready to go, staring at the door.
Yep.
And we saw pelicans off the back of the boat.
We did. We saw so many things.
So
many
many
things.
pelicans.
You guys see any alligators?
No.
Okay.
The pelicans were eating the alligators.
Yeah, we're going to leave that for you, Robert.
But I did see. So I went out to dinner after we got back to the hotel and checked in and everything like that. I saw Steve the booze cruise out on the bay.
Oh, really?
Going south from where Clearwater Beach is to Sand Key. And
I love that.
I sent Vince a photo. I was like, "Hey, it's you guys.
Yeah.
Cruising."
But it was a long day yesterday because we literally got done with the show, spent about a half hour getting our stuff together. We got in a car, we went to the airport, and the next thing you know, we're on a boat in Florida, and then we spent the day. A few of us went out to dinner last night, and then got settled in, and then get up way too early and come in here for this event. And we're looking forward to it. Today is going to be a great day. The weather's fantastic. It's a little bit chilly as we get started, but once the sun gets going, we'll be cooking nicely. And our whole crew, Casey, made it successfully back from Italy. Congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you. I think I landed in and around the same time as you guys.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
And you talk about feeling like a jet setter, but you are. You left, went to Italy, and now you're here in Clearwater. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I was in Italy. I was in Germany for a few hours. And
You're like James Kebabert.
Kebab. James Kebab.
No.
Robert. Yeah, sorry. James Robert. Oh, dear God. But it's a beautiful start to the day. We got a full moon coming up on this glorious morning.
Wow.
And, we'll get this going. We have a number of guests that are going to be on the program today, as in years past. We love getting a chance to mingle with some of the players and get things going, because when we're done, the game happens. And then we head out into the stands and enjoy the game, and we're looking forward to that today. And this is a very popular game day. I mean, this stadium is going to be absolutely filled, wall-to-wall red, as people are ready to get the season going. So we're going to have joining us today. Every year we have Larry Bowa come by.
Love Larry Bowa.
So we'll spend some time with Larry this morning. We're also going to get Garrett Stubbs in here.
Hey!
Yeah, so we were supposed to have him last year, and something came up, and he couldn't make it on, so I'm looking forward to a sit-down with Stubbs. We're also going to have new guy, Jordan Romano. Not Romano, Romano.
Is it though?
We're going to find out. So he's the new closer with the team, so always nice to meet somebody new. And then our good friend Marsh is going to be here. So looking forward to him. And I have an idea of something to do with him that will test his skills and see how far his arm has come.
Time to put up or shut up.
And then we're also going to have play-by-play announcer Tom McCarthy on the program, too. He's a regular, so we'll just kind of give you the feel for what's going on in spring training and get us ready as the boys of summer are prepping for, hopefully, a championship season. We'll see about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But other than that, we have stuff planned because tomorrow morning we're broadcasting live as well. We'll be at Coco's, and the gang yesterday, everybody is on board. And we met tons of people on the plane last night at the hotel that were not part of Philly Sports Trips that are planning to come out for the live broadcast tomorrow morning, too. So we're looking good. It's going to be a lot of fun. But we will get to business as usual when we do have the gaps this morning. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll get into the stupid question and some entertainment stories. So we're doing it once again live from Clearwater, Florida for spring training. Back in just a moment on MMR. We're going to get some of the team members on this morning and bring you a little bit of the flavor of what happens if you plan to come down some point. And if you're not on board this year, no big deal. But we're hoping this opens the door for you to sometime take this trip, because it is absolutely so much fun, and we're looking forward to the extent of all that we have going on. In the meantime, we'll handle all our things as we usually do. We got to get traffic. Make sure you got a spot to go to. What's up this morning?
We've got an accident north 95 jams the Betsy Ross Bridge to Cotman. 3 center lanes are blocked with this accident. Southbound looks like still moving along okay. Woodburn Road in Bristol Township closed between New Falls Road and Lincoln Highway. That is for construction. City Avenue, we have the one lane closed in each direction between Bryn Mawr Avenue and 47th Street, and that is construction. 95 northbound slowing in Delaware County between 332 and Curlin Street. The Vine westbound slows 95 to Broad Street, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. And then in Pleasantville, 322 eastbound closed because of an accident between Route 9 and Main Street. This traffic report brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. Daylight savings time is here. Losing 1 hour of sleep, 5 Hour Energy has your solution. Limited edition 1 Hour Energy shots, a tiny version to help you conquer the time change. Visit 5hourenergy.com/DST for more. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So we're going to do the stupid question, and we're going to take a winner via text. Since we're on a remote location, and it'll be the easiest way to do this today. So if you know the answer to this question, make sure you text in to 39333, the answer, and we'll contact somebody randomly and give them a prize, which, by the way, a pair of tickets to see Volbeat and Hailstorm Saturday, August 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, by the way. So in Clearwater, Florida, the majority of the downtown area is owned by the Church of Scientology. I was just reading this, that they own the majority stake of property in the downtown Clearwater area. So I'm going to ask a question that has to do with the Church of Scientology. And this is the question. Who is the was the extraterrestrial ruler of the Galactic Confederacy?
Yeah.
All right, text if you know the answer. Text that. According to the Church of Scientology, who is the extraterrestrial ruler of the Galactic Confederacy.
All right, real quick, Rodney, by the way, Nick and I are still hearing other sounds.
All right. So you guys are hearing not my voice, or you're hearing stuff on top of that?
It's a commercial, or it's music.
Is the show you're listening to better than ours?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's lower now. It's much lower, but we still hear it.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to mention some birthdays while we await your answer, today being the 13th day of March, and a big one in the world of acting. It is Sir Michael Caine's birthday today. Michael Caine is 92 years old.
I failed you.
Yeah.
I failed you. Yeah,
Dude.
he's great, and he has taught acting for many, many, many years.
Yeah, lately there's been an onslaught of Michael Caine impressions that I see on social media pretty regularly. Who's the guy? Oh man, I'm trying to the actor.
Even he's in
Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, he's terrific. Coogan.
Steve Coogan. He and another guy do that back and forth Michael Caine, and it is brilliant.
And the nuances that they each do are actually very legit.
Yeah.
So they're one approaches him younger Michael Caine, another approaches Jaws 4 Michael Caine.
Yep.
Rob Brydon is the other guy.
That's the other guy, yeah.
It's the best. So Michael Caine, 92 years old today. The great Billy Crystal is a year older. He turns 77 today, most recently in the Super Bowl commercial, when Harry Met Sally, and the Oscars.
The Oscars, yeah.
Is anybody watching that show on Apple Plus or Apple TV?
I watched the first episode, and I knew that it was going to be a darker, it wasn't a comedic role for Billy Crystal. And I just watched one episode. It didn't pull me in enough. I think I will go back to it, but I haven't talked to anybody who's watched it or really enjoyed it. And that's not
critically,
a good sign.
it's actually doing pretty well, but
Okay.
I don't know anyone who's watching it. It's who knows? It's Silence of the Lambs / City Slickers.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, very good.
I was
Curly's Gold.
Curly's Gold.
Right.
I was actually very late to the
Hannibal's
City
Gold.
Slickers.
Hannibal's Gold.
I only watched the City Slickers for the first time within the last 3 years.
What are you crazy?
I know.
What are you, stupid?
I did say a Robert
All
earlier,
right.
so yeah.
What did you think about it?
I enjoyed it.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I was just curious if it is a little dated or not.
No. Like the fight with Daniel Stern and his wife, and
Oh my God,
It's great. A young Jake Gyllenhaal.
you. It's the best.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, so Billy Crystal is 77 today. We also have here Chris Klein. You remember him from American Pie?
Yeah, magic.
Casey absolutely hates that. I love it.
He's also in that cruddy remake of Rollerball.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, his star did not sail as everybody thought it was. He's a good-looking guy, he's a decent actor, but it didn't take for whatever reason.
You know what he's really good in? That Ryan Reynolds movie with Anna Faris, Just Friends.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
He actually plays a scumbag.
He is 46 today. We also have actress Grace Park. Steve, she was in Battlestar Galactica.
Yes,
Hawaii
love her.
Five-0.
Yeah.
She is 51 years old today. In the world of music, Taylor Hanson
Oh my God.
has his birthday today, of Hanson fame.
The singer, right?
The three
Yeah.
brothers. Yep. He's not the youngest, but he was the main lead singer.
We had them all in
We
the
met
studio.
them, right? Yeah,
and
yes.
then one of them had a heart attack.
That's right. I think you're right about that. The older brother. He is Taylor is 42 today. God, they were children when they
They were.
started.
Mhm.
And he's
Literally.
42. From Jersey Shore, Sammy Giancola.
She was the hot one. I mean, they were all pretty good
They were
looking,
all
but like
super hot.
she was the best looking one.
She was actually good looking.
Yeah.
She turns 38 years old today. There was another one I was going to mention. Who's Jamie Bell?
Jamie
Oh, the
Bell.
actor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
The actor?
He was in Billy
Billy Elliot. and
Billy Elliot.
He grew up
Okay.
to do something too.
It says Snowpiercer and Fantastic Four. And he was married to Evan Rachel Wood for a couple of years, and then he got engaged to Kate Mara, by the way, and they got married, so I guess they're still together. So he turns 39 years old today. All right, so I don't know how we're going to award a winner. We didn't think this through.
Marissa's right behind you.
Okay, Marissa, do you have a name for us? All right, so the question that I had was, in the world of Scientology, who was the extraterrestrial ruler of the Galactic Confederacy? And the correct answer from Zion Nilsson of Philadelphia is Xenu.
Hey! Xenu.
And so we're going to set them up with a pair of tickets to see Volbeat
It's Xenu.
and Hailstorm. Saturday, August 9th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for the pre-sale information and another chance to win pit tickets over there.
Preston, we got a lot of good text answers. Most people guessed, one person did guess Robert Vader Skywalker. Great guess.
Robert Peter Skywalker.
Vader
Skywalker.
Vader, yeah.
All right, well, let me get into some of the entertainment stories. We'll start with this. Judge Lisa Sokoloff is reportedly frustrated with Wendy Williams' behavior and wants her moved to a potentially more restrictive facility, questioning how well she has handled her current level of independence.
They actually want her sealed the way Han Solo was.
Wow.
I don't
Carbonite.
Like this. I don't like what's going on here.
Wendy has been speaking to the media about her guardianship, currently calling her current facility a luxury prison, despite warnings from the judge to stay silent. The judge warned Wendy's lawyer in an email that TMZ says they got to see, and apparently the judge wrote, "I have always contended that Wendy will be given the independence that she can handle. I question how well she has handled the independence that she has been given."
Think about this. So how many people have you... And yet here she is, and they're trying to decide her fate. It's pretty wild.
So Wendy has been speaking to the media lately, claims that she's being unfairly restricted in her movements, and she also is said to have passed a mental competency test, which some people think tests on if she needs guardianship, and some people close to Wendy believe the judge is acting in pure retaliation for Wendy speaking out about her guardianship situation. So we will see where this goes.
Can't do that.
Yeah. Ayo Edeberry has called out Elon Musk on her Instagram story for spreading a false rumor that she would replace Johnny Depp in a Pirates of the Caribbean reboot.
What?
And she says, just remembering when I got some of the most insane death threats and racial slurs of my life for a fake movie reboot of a movie I had never even heard of because of this man. She wrote this while sharing a screenshot of the post from Musk, sharing the fake news story about her.
Are they moving ahead with that movie?
What?
The new Pirates of the Caribbean?
I don't know. On the lighter side of things, though, she shared a DM that she got from New Girl writer Camilla Blackett, who joked that Ed Berry would make a great Captain Jack Sparrow. She said, okay, but what if I said that you eat this up a little bit and said it's not the worst fan casting? I see the vision, kind of. You are literally Caribbean. So, meanwhile, franchise producer Jerry Bruckheimer has confirmed, Steve, that a new Pirates of the Caribbean movie is in development.
Yeah.
That said, details on how the next entry in the pirate franchise will shake out aren't currently known.
And Depp is supposed to be part of it.
Oh, really?
That's the word.
And why not? I mean, he made that thing.
Milk that cow until it's empty.
Yep. Actress Sydney Sweeney and her fiancé, Jonathan Davino, are reportedly living apart with the actress staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel for nearly a month. TMZ, Sweeney has been spotted around the hotel with friends and a bodyguard, but Davino has been noticeably absent.
Yeah, they're not going to get married. That
No?
that whole thing about, first off, you remember the news came about 2 weeks ago that they were putting marriage plans on hold because their careers are so involved.
Right.
And she's seen out and about a lot without him.
Yeah.
And you know how it is. You got your finger on the pulse.
Yes, of course. And although the couple owns 2 homes in Los Angeles, their Bel Air fixer-upper may explain why Sweeney has opted for a hotel stay.
I'd want a Bel Air fixer-upper.
Adding fuel to the fire, Davino did not accompany Sweeney to Paris this week, where she attended Miu Miu's Fall 2025 fashion show. Is that how you say that?
I think so, yeah.
Miu Miu. And according to, she told Glamour UK in 2023, everyone is always so curious about who I am with and what's that like, but I think it's important to have something for me.
No, it goes beyond that. We're also interested in her jugs.
Yeah. Good point.
Hey, are you done with that story, Preston?
No.
Okay.
But almost. Sweeney and DeVito have been together since 2018. They got engaged in 2022, though they've kept most of their relationship private. Their romance failed public scrutiny in 2023 when Sweeney started an affair rumor with anyone, co-star Glenn Powell, due to their flirty chemistry and offset interactions. However, Sweeney quickly shut down that speculation with sources insisting that she and Davino were still strong.
To use an entertainment news term, Preston, I would have bet my left nut that they had something going on. When you saw footage of them together, and if it was a construct for the movie, then good on them, because it looked like they were into each other.
All right, I'm now done with that story, Nick.
Listen, we all make mistakes a lot, every day, every show.
Uh-oh.
And sometimes I want to point them out, and sometimes we just keep the show moving forward. But you're going to find this one out eventually anyway.
Oh, what did I say?
You didn't do anything wrong, except every birthday that you had, it's tomorrow's birthday.
Are you?
So you're going to have the same list of birthdays tomorrow that you had for today.
Can we just play that back instead?
Wait, are you serious?
You would have found out within the next half hour or whatever, and you certainly would have found out when you were doing prep for tomorrow's show. But
Preston, can I make you feel a little bit better?
Yeah.
You said Miu Miu, right?
Well,
No,
no. Here, I'm looking at this. Okay, here's where the mix-up is. So I use a prep service to get the birthdays, and it says Thursday, March 14th. Today is Thursday, March 13th. So they messed it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought maybe you grabbed the wrong stack
No.
of papers yesterday or tomorrow's.
Nope.
But
Okay.
happy birthday in advance to Taylor Hanson and Jamie Bell and all Chris Klein. 42 tomorrow.
Well, why don't you
Michael
do
Caine.
tomorrow? Just do a list of belated birthdays.
Yeah, we should do today's birthdays tomorrow.
All right, we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll plan on that. All right, so let's go with this story about Mike Boogie Mallon has been arrested again.
This is from the Big Brother cast.
Yeah, just 5 weeks after he was arrested for allegedly shoplifting. And we recently told you the Big Brother Season 7 was booked for misdemeanor theft for reportedly CVS locations.
He must be going to those signature brand keys.
In California. Is that what they have?
Yeah, good.
The reality show alum's most recent run of the law was for criminal. While it's unclear what he's accused of violating specifically, People magazine obtained court records showing his former Big Brother co-star Will Kirby took out a restraining order against him. Okay.
I wonder if he's stealing, drugs. If he's trying to, lift things from behind the counter.
Yeah.
Like meth?
Yeah.
Meth.
They have a meth line at CVS.
They don't sell meth at CVS.
No,
where do you keep your
you
meth?
steal drugs to
And then make it?
meth. Come on, did you not watch Breaking Bad?
Do they
No,
and they use? Do they use Sudafed? What do they use?
Yeah, that what's behind the counter now, right? They changed it. It's
Right.
whatever's in.
Yeah, I think it was. There's an ingredient in
Yeah.
Sudafed. What is it?
Pseudoephedrine.
Is that
Sudafedrin.
it?
All right.
Okay.
So, hence the name.
Yep.
So, Malin was previously arrested in 2019 for felony stalking of Kirby and was found guilty in 2021. For this most recent offense, he entered a not guilty plea, has a court date of March 20th.
How could you stalk someone with such a benign name like Kirby?
Kirby, come on. That's, that little character, I think,
Yeah,
of that little
I had
video
a
game
Kirby.
character.
I had a bird named Kirby once.
That's
Kirby
awesome.
the love bird. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just in. Startling revelation.
Did you say you loved that bird?
I love that bird.
Okay.
He was great.
You know how it's always darkest before the dawn?
Yeah.
Also coldest before the dawn, is it?
Yeah,
dude,
you're right.
it's
The
pretty
wind
chilly.
kicked up.
It's
Yeah.
getting colder.
Yeah, it's pretty chill.
It's actually snowing.
We should be seeing daybreak in
Okay.
about 20 minutes or so.
Oh, I hope so.
Yep. All right, so a John Wick experience is now open in Las Vegas at Area 15, just off of the Strip.
They're dead.
Chad Stahelski,
Oh wow, the director and
the
creator.
director,
of the series. Yeah.
helped create the experience alongside his team at 8711 Entertainment. Guests who go through the whole thing will have to complete a mission inspired by the movies and may rub elbows with the various crime bosses, assassins, and Continental staff as they work to complete their task.
Preston, there is a sequence in the fourth movie that is John Wick goes into this building, and the other guys he's up against have these incendiary sort of shotgun rounds. So they'll shoot and they'll set the person on fire.
Ooh.
So when he goes in, the camera elevates up above, and it is clearly an homage to video games
Oh, that's
because you're
cool.
seeing an aerial shot as he goes from room to room, and I think this is what they're looking to replicate.
Okay. So the place is really big, coming in at 12,000 square feet.
Wow.
And has 2 themed bars and a retail shop. So according to Jennifer Brown, the head of the experience, they said that the most important part of creating this experience was honoring that and making sure that our guests truly feel like they are part of the world of the films. The experience delivers wholeheartedly on the promise, and we are excited to share it with fans.
Why don't they just convert the E.T. ride to a John Wick experience? I'll blow your goddamn head off.
Don't touch that ET ride.
It's such a good ride.
I love it.
They are, though, right?
Universal. It was fun.
They're ass-canning it, though, aren't they?
Are they?
Are
Yeah,
they?
Yeah, that's the word. They're tearing down the E.T. ride for another experience.
I
Nick,
thought
can you
we had
check on
talked
that?
about it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for the John Wick experience.
It's the final. It's the oldest ride in the park.
As
Yeah,
you
well-
leave, John Wick says, "Goodbye, Preston."
Or was it that they were changing? They were updating it.
No, I
they were-
thought they're getting rid of it.
They were changing the smell. Remember that? So apparently, there's
Yes.
something about the
smell.
of
Yeah.
the place that people love. I don't know. Nick's gonna look up and verify that.
It's
for us.
seen a resurgence in popularity due to the likening of the DreamWorks land in the area and a new larger sign for the ride. So it's popular again, and that's this year. So I don't think.
All right,
Really?
I'd heard there. I do. Yeah, it's one of those real practical rides, Preston. When you are on the ride and you go over the
Yeah.
miniature city, it is so cool.
So-
It's old school, it's retro, but it's really enchanting.
Steve, they did close it for refurbishment, and
Oh.
then they put a little shine on it and opened back up, and
There we
it
go.
opened last year.
All right, good. Glad to hear
Closed,
that.
closed it to make it better.
Yeah.
All right.
Smell good.
Actress Sadie Sink is joining Spider-Man 4. She's the one who she played Max
I
in
love her.
Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And her role is not confirmed at the time, though it is rumored to be a significant one. And some rumors online are guessing that she will play the X-Men mutant Jean Grey. Being a redhead, that might make sense, but we'll see. Plot details for the next Spider-Man movie have not been made public at this time.
That'd be
so-
really cool. And then there's rumors, Preston, that they're going to incorporate her co-star and character from The Whale, Brendan Fraser.
Oh, really?
Will play a web-slinging whale.
Okay. The third movie in the franchise, 2021's Spider-Man No Way Home. Tom Holland's friend and best friend to forget that he even exists. So apparently, Spider-Man 4 is going to hit theaters in July of 2026.
Let me ask you guys a question because I know you guys are all huge fans of that. But I felt a certain way at the end of that movie that only rivaled how I felt with Tony Stark's death at the end of Endgame.
You're talking about No Way Home?
No Way Home.
Is it 'cause he lost his tech and his friends?
Especially when he lost his friends and he goes into the diner or whatever at the end of the movie and he was going to maybe try and
he sees the cut on MJ's head and realizes he's only going to have a world of hurt for them if he replicates what he did before.
Right. It's just a right move to make.
And it's an adult move. It's what a hero would make. Yeah, I love it. I think it's a great end to the film.
But even still,
He walks out with his coffee and his kebab, and he's
Robert. All right. So we now know when the sequel to This Is Spinal Tap will drop. Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues, will hit theaters on September 12th. So it's going to be a fall release. Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, Harry Shearer will all reprise their roles in the sequel, and Elton John, Paul McCartney, Garth Brooks, and Trisha Yearwood are all making cameos in it. That's not all. The indie studio also has the rights to the original film, and they'll be releasing a newly restored version of the original in theaters this summer as well.
Have you seen it recently?
Not in a long time.
That movie never ages. It is always as sharp as ever.
Love it.
And it's just a masterclass in the pregnant pause.
We'll have to ask our buddy John Brazier, who works with the Phillies, and he'll be here in a little bit. It's one of his favorite movies of all time, and he got to walk around with Rob Reiner at the ballpark because Rob's a huge baseball fan.
Yep. All right, so we finally have a look at the trailer for Apple TV Plus's upcoming drama series, Your Friends and Neighbors. The show has already been renewed for a second season. It stars John Hamm as a former hedge fund manager who steals from his neighbors and discovers their secrets as does so. And Amanda Peet is in it, Olivia Munn. There's a bunch of good names in this show, and the show is going to premiere April 11th. So there's a trailer out for that if you want to see that.
This is a new show or a returning show?
It says
season 2.
Yeah, it says season 2, second season.
Man.
So
No, I think the first season is about to air, but it's already been renewed.
oh, okay, yeah, already.
They're
renewed
actually
for
doing a
second
new
season.
thing. They're debuting with the second season. Yeah.
Well, speaking of second season, Kathy, Netflix might not be done with The Perfect Couple just yet.
Oh, okay.
Liam Schreiber and
Yes.
Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, the book, the Ellen Hildebrand book.
Yeah, so they're working on a second season. And the second season will apparently be based on Ellen Hildebrand's other novel from the Nantucket series. It's called Swan Song. And this means the project would take the series in an anthology direction with a whole new cast and story every single time. So kind of like White Lotus, and maybe there's going to be
There'll be
ties. I don't know.
Yeah, all of her books are based in Nantucket. Everybody's in Nantucket. It's funny because I love her. I think she's a great author. I read a lot of her books, and I tried to read Swan Song, and I got like a quarter of the way through, and I was like, I am not
It just wasn't
enjoying this. I
grabbing you.
put it down. Yeah,
So-
not that not that it means that it's not going to be a good movie, but
Are they all, because that first one was a whodunit, plot. Are they all like that?
no, they're not all like
Oh,
that.
okay.
There are some of them, but no, they're not all like that. They're basically they're all just this. She
And
gorgeous.
wealth and all that.
and yes,
yeah.
and all of that. And I think I've told you before, she's from Oaks, Pennsylvania. So she in most of her books she wrote in the Philadelphia area.
Oh, cool. Nice.
So Kathy, were you watching White Lotus on the plane yesterday?
I was, yes.
On your phone?
I was, yeah.
It was adorable. And then she got all sleepy and she curled on me.
Aw.
So this means that the project, back to this Swan Song, would take the series in the anthology direction, like I said, and writer and director, producer Joanna Callow is reportedly attached to the project in addition to showrunning. But Netflix hasn't officially given it the green light as of yet, and no word on casting, but if it's anything like The Perfect Couple, like I said, Nicole Kidman and Liam Schreiber and a bunch of others were in it, it should be a star-studded lineup. Like its predecessor, Swan Song is set in Nantucket, like Kathy said, but this time the drama revolves around the enigmatic Richardson family. They move into a lavish $20 million summer home, throwing extravagant parties and stirring up intrigue among the locals. But when their house burns to the ground and the most essential employee goes missing, the entire island is up in arms.
Isn't there a part of the story where they hire the Three Stooges to do some plumbing?
And
things go awry?
It's possible. I don't really know, Steve. You know what? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with yes. The Three Stooges make a
Really
showing.
kind of a plot tangent, but it's interesting.
I like of books into movies.
Yeah.
I would like to see them start doing greeting cards
into Netflix films.
They're always very inspiring.
Yeah. No, because listen, White Lotus and The Perfect Couple, they kind of, it's got a vibe. There's luxury and there's corruption and strange but interesting people. So this should be pretty cool. I think it's a good formula. All right, Joey Tribbiani is back in the spotlight as the Friends spinoff Joey is finally available to stream. The official Friends YouTube channel just dropped the first 2 episodes, marking the first time the show has actually been online since it originally aired, 20 years ago.
Wow.
Just months after Friends ended its 10-season run.
You know, that show was not bad. It was actually pretty good. The problem is when you have a character like that, he works best as a supporting character.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, because, he's goofy, dumb, adorable, but that can't be the main character all the time.
Because you need that character. If it's going to be a main character, you need them to, evolve.
Right.
And when you're the secondary or whatever, you can still...
If they had done a Flowers for Algernon thing and made him brilliant.
Yeah. But you know what they did with Frasier, Steve, is that they surrounded Kelsey Grammer with other great actors and great characters, and so Frasier was able to live on for a long, long time. Joey just didn't have that.
Yeah, so the series obviously followed Matt LeBlanc's beloved character moving to Los Angeles to chase his acting dreams. Originally debuted in 2004, but was canceled after 2 seasons. According to the co-creator, Kevin S. Bright, he said Joey was deconstructed to be a guy who couldn't get a job and couldn't ask a girl out. And he said about the show's I fell wrong direction. There's no word yet if the rest of the seasons will find their way onto YouTube or Max, where Friends currently lives, but they're giving this one a shot. So
why not?
Yeah, just
it's sitting there.
All right, I believe we have clips to play.
All right.
Ryan Shuttleworth is running things back at the studio.
The great one.
So we appreciate Ryan doing this for us. So we're going to go with this one first. Creator, and we don't have a regular drum roll here in Clearwater. Completely different timpani. Creator and writer of Invincible, Robert Kirkman, has been writing the comic for over 20 years. This is not the story of Vince Papale.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So in this clip, he talks about how keeping the story fresh, how he keeps the story fresh for the show. Hit it, Ryan.
It does seem like one long job for me. We're telling the same story again, but, like Simon says, we get in there and we dress things up, we change things, we truncate things, we expand things. It's finally getting around to writing a second draft.
Shut up, dummy.
The season 3 finale of Invincible premieres today on Prime Video. So you guys are watching it?
It's so good. My son turned me on to it, and it's dark. It's kind of like The Boys in cartoon form. But it's like a world where superheroes exist, and how does humanity respond to that?
All right, next clip, here we go. The star of Reacher, Alan Ritchson, is known to be a strong guy, and in this clip, he talks about finding someone even bigger than him to be cast in the show. Let's go, Ryan.
I was scrolling Reddit, and I saw this post where somebody was just following him at a Comic-Con, and it was like, almost comedically large. And so I reached out to Santora, our showrunner, and I was like, dude, I think we may have just found our Polly.
Dude.
New episode of Reacher is streaming on Prime Video. So that has started.
Enjoying it very much. Preston, you know how big he is.
Yeah.
This guy is like twice his size. I think he's literally acknowledged by Guinness as the world's largest bodybuilder.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right. How are they parsing this out? Is it episode by episode?
Yes.
They give you the first 3.
So I thought they had dumped everything and we're zipping along, and I just keep going. Oh. But yeah, they're doing, and in fact the new one drops I think tonight, as you said, right?
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So I'll give it a couple weeks and then I'll start diving in on that. That show's great.
And again, the thing about him is his reliable badassery. I mean, he's...
Yeah.
I mean...
Without question.
There's a scene that's very funny. He's coming out of... He's been swimming, and he's just wearing his underwear, and he's this cop is helping him, this female cop, and he's walking up to her, and she just goes, F me.
Yeah. Yeah. He's awesome. All right, and that's the last bit of the entertainment report for this Thursday morning. We, if you're just tuning in, are in Florida. We're broadcasting live, and we are at Baycare Ballpark. We're sitting in our regular spot right here at the bullpen, which, by the way, so I was looking around, and I'm like, the stuff looks different. It looks slightly different. I thought these standing shelves in front of us, these ledges, were new, but Marissa and Casey said no, those have been here forever.
What do you think it is?
Well, so I was talking to Rodney after the hurricanes came through. This place got damaged, and so they had to do a lot of upgrades. So that's why you kind of see fresh colors and some railings, and there's a whole section behind the ballpark that's new as far as like their dining area for the team members, and I thought it looked, I thought it had a sheen to it, a nice, not a Charlie Sheen, but a
awesome.
a shine to it. So
shine.
I think they've updated things quite a bit.
Hurricane.
Yes. So, the ballpark is even more glorious, and we're just waiting for the sun to show its face.
40 minutes.
40 minutes till sunrise?
Yes.
Oh,
Wow,
geez.
look at you. How did you know that right off the top of your
Because
head?
I'm freezing, so I looked it up.
It's a little chilly this morning, but it's going to be a beautiful day today. So we're looking forward to spending some time with Larry Bowa and Brandon Marsh and the new guy, Romano. You got to meet him as well. And Stubbs is stopping by. So we're going to chat. We're going to hang out. We're going to have a good time. We're going to share it all with you. And you can watch us, by the way. Our YouTube feed is up and running. And we appreciate you guys checking in. And you can, chime in with some messages and so on if you like. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. This is spring training, people. We'll be back on MMR. Stay with us. Against a backdrop of palm trees. The sun is coming up. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Clearwater, Florida. Kathy has almost stopped chattering her teeth.
Yes.
Please hurry.
We're getting
Rise.
closer
Rise.
for temperatures.
Look at that sunrise.
So it's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, so beautiful.
It's going to be even more gorgeous when we can see the sun.
Baycare Ballpark, that's where we're located, and we're getting ready for some of our guests to come by and see us this early morning in Clearwater. But let's talk at you back home and get you where you need to be. Look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
An accident on 95 northbound at Cotman Avenue. You're jammed back to the Betsy Ross Bridge, and then on the Vine westbound, that's jammed 95 to Broad Street, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from the Blue Road into Conshohocken, Montgomery to Spring Garden, westbound, University to South Street, City to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. 30 bypass out in Chester County, that's slowing from 322 to 113. 422 eastbound, slowing Trooper to First Avenue. 42 freeway northbound, volume building 41 to 55 northbound, slowing from Deptford to the 42 freeway, and then in Atlantic County in Pleasantville. 322 remains closed because of an accident between Route 9 and Main Street. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Experience the flavors of Latin America event at Whole Foods Market with deals on vibrant ingredients and zesty creations store-wide. Save on no antibiotics ever, meat, fresh avocados, and more through March 25th. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So we're sitting in a regular spot right next to this amazing spot called Frenchie's. It's a tiki bar that's out in the outfield here at Baycare Park, and we are adjacent to the bullpen. It's such a beautiful ballpark, and it's a great place to see a game because you are so much closer to the players than the big league parks.
Talking about Frenchie's, Preston, and it's very telling of the experience that you'll get here, which is such an intimate one. There is a mesh net on the other side of to catch the balls that are knocked over into the area.
And it's a home run ball.
People, Steve, will hang out at that bar and stop paying attention to the ball game after like the second or third inning, if they've even paid attention in the first couple innings.
Yeah, right.
So it's not an uncommon problem for balls to fly out towards Frenchie's.
Do we have any idea what the distances are? And do they compare to
that's a good
Citizens Bank
question.
Park? I'm not really sure.
I think that when they built it, Preston, that they wanted the dimensions to be as close to the ballpark as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's. Does that say 320 over there in the right field pole?
So what's the longest distance at Citizens Bank Park?
409 to left center.
Okay.
Which they renamed, in honor of
Kebab.
Robert Alley, yeah.
For those who missed it, Kathy was talking about kebabs in a story, and Casey said, when you go to a fancy restaurants, they're called Roberts.
Yeah, except.
So we will be referring to that
all day and for the rest of our lives.
Yes. He just got back from Italy.
I just got back, guys.
That's his excuse.
Yeah.
All right, so we're awaiting our first guest, and so we'll just kind of hang out until then and chat about whatnot. Oh, here's something I found out. Travel tip. If you happen to be leaving and you need identification, make sure you check and see that it's not expired.
That blew my mind because you know what? That's something. Well, explain what happened.
So we got to the airport here in Florida, in Tampa, and we were going to go get our rental cars. And so we're pulling up, and I was going to drive. Nick had we had two rental cars, and I pull up behind Nick after he had checked in, and they let him know that, us, the people behind Nick, were with them, the same group. So I pull up, and the guy's like, okay, you're all set to go, except for your driver's license is expired. And I'm like, you what?
By the way, there was sort of a meticulous thing that had to take place because this was a corporate arrangement, and we had to be sort of in tandem to Nick and make sure everything was cleared, and we cleared all those processes, and we're sitting there, and so we're ready to go, and the last thing he goes, your license is expired, and look on your face. Because that's something you're not always looking at your license, and you don't.
No, I don't. Hey, that's what my wife pays attention to.
Yeah.
I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Right.
And so, and my first reaction, though, I turned to Kathy. I'm like, how am I going to get back home? How did I get through security? How did I get on the plane in the first place? And fortunately, Kathy looked it up and found out that you have a year
Yeah,
until after it expires to use it as an identification with TSA, right?
Yeah, it says you can use an expired license as long as it's within a year.
That kind of blew my mind that something could be expired and they would still accept it.
Yeah.
So anyhow, that was just one of the little things.
And you
that
made
happened.
it through, and you had a key of Coke on you too.
Yeah. Listen, I didn't want to, tell anybody about that. No. So we made it with a few bucks along the way, and that was one of them. But listen, forget all that.
Yes,
we got a friend who's here before us in our microphone, and he's become a regular guest on the program when we are broadcasting from Clearwater. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Larry Bowa is sitting right in front of us. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you again.
Can we call you the new star of the PGA, or is that?
No, that was last year.
Yeah, I know, right?
I assume since then.
The clubs didn't work too good this
Oh,
year.
really?
Yeah. If you don't remember the story, Larry got his first ace, a hole-in-one, last year at spring training. That was amazing.
And then this year, everyone says, "Oh, I got Larry on my team. We should do all right." And I went, "It wasn't very good."
It's an unforgiving sport, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And you think with that ball being still, that you could hit it.
Right.
I suppose when you're playing, it's going 98.
Yeah.
You're trying to find out, but didn't happen this year.
Oh, that's too bad. Did you guys have a group outing? Or
We did. We have that. Of course, John Middleton does that every year for us. And guys that have never been with the Phillies, and this is their first year here, they can't believe how great an organization this is. And,
Yeah.
with John and Dave Dombrowski, we just got to win a few more games. We've been short the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
We're there, but we haven't gotten over the hump. And hopefully this year,
well,
that will motivate us a little bit.
There's a lot of good teams in this league.
Yeah.
A lot of really good teams.
Actually, a little later this morning, we're meeting Jordan Romano. We've not met him yet, and he's a new addition to the team. Have you had any time with him yet?
Yeah, Jordan's he's ready to go. He came off injury last year. He's been pitching very well this spring, and that gives you that experience at the back end of the bullpen. I do think that this team is motivated a little bit more. I don't know. People say, how can it be? When you come up short 2 or 3 years in a row, you start to realize the window doesn't stay open. And we got a bunch of guys that are still right there. And I think, barring injuries, injuries are very important. You see the Yankees, they lose 2 starters already.
Yeah, it's wild.
If we can stay injury-free, I think we have a chance to be very successful.
Let me ask you to that point, and with the injuries and all that stuff, and this is something that I've been reading about. Do you believe that that a substantial amount of this process, Larry, is really solidifying the camaraderie with the team and like the golf and the ability to just get along and draw inspiration from each other? Is that a major aspect of spring training as well?
No question. I really believe when you have guys that combine and play together, and they literally like each other down there in the clubhouse, that goes a long way. I really think that you're with the baseball team more than you are with your family, if you think about it. I mean, you start in February, and if you do happen to get to the World Series, you're talking about all the way till end of October.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get along, those little things show up.
Yeah.
We call them warts.
Yeah.
The warts come up.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I know Rob Thompson does a great job as a manager. Their coaching staff's great. But we have a bunch of guys down there that are veterans that the cohesiveness, they keep that together. And when these kids come over from the minor leagues, they blend right in. They feel like they're wanted. A lot of times you go into a clubhouse, and the veterans basically make the kids pay your dues. They shun them a little bit.
Yeah.
These guys, they let everybody come in. They greet them with open arms. And I think that has a lot to do with our success. And you're going to start seeing the rewards in the minor leagues, too. We got some good kids down there.
Nice.
Hey, Larry, when you were playing, who did you hate the most on your team?
Wow.
We played on a few different teams.
I didn't hate anybody, but Jay Johnstone I really liked, but he always was a jokester.
Uh-huh.
And his timing sometimes wouldn't be real good.
Okay.
Like, we'd lose 3 or 4 games in a row, and he'd come in and, I got my attention a little bit. I said, hey, Jay, I love what you do, but we need to win some games,
Right.
But I didn't hate him.
Okay.
Now, did you ever key his car?
No, no, I never.
All right, Larry, so you mentioned being a prankster. Did you ever get the hot foot in your career?
Yeah, I did by Tug McGraw.
All right, really?
Wait, what's the hot foot again?
So they literally take a pack of matches
when I was coaching
and stick them on your shoe and light them on
put 'em
fire.
on the back of your shoe.
Yeah.
And right when you go out, you're running out. And then all of a sudden you get down by third. You're
kicking your leg.
And then you look in the dugout, and Tug, he was early in the game because he's usually down the bullpen. He's over there cracking up. He says, I got you. Because I told him one time, I said, you can do all that stuff in the dugout, in the clubhouse. Don't do it when I'm going out to coach third. Of course.
Yeah.
That's when he did it.
That was motivation for Tug.
What was the most creative prank you ever saw? The most creative prank on a player?
It wasn't a prank. It was something a guy did. It was back in the day. There was a guy named Roger Freed who was a big power hitter. And Frank Lucchese, who was our manager at that time, had him pinch hit. And, of course, in the ninth inning, he pinch hits. Eighth inning. It was the eighth inning. He pinch hits, gets a base hit, eventually scores. Now, when he pinched hit, he was done for the game. So he pinched hit. We happened to bat around. And he was on deck again, and everyone said, where's Roger? Somebody went up. He was in the sauna eating pizza. He got a base hit. He thought he was out of the game.
Oh, my God.
He had to put his pants on
Oh,
again.
my
God.
It was unbelievable. And he came out like, are you kidding me? We batted around. But I'll never forget that because this guy, he had a lot of fun. He did a good job for us as a pinch hitter. He wasn't an everyday player.
Yeah.
But when that happened, I went, oh, my God.
That's phenomenal.
In the sauna with a pizza.
Yeah.
Larry, I know you got a million stories, but I was told one yesterday that I'd never heard before, and and the punchline to this story is something that Preston is going to love.
Okay.
So tell us about your first game and what happened and who you faced in that game.
Okay. First of all, coming from Sacramento, California, that's where I was born and raised. Never been out of California. Phillies signed me. I go to spring training, and I didn't get drafted by anybody. I didn't get a big bonus. So I was just trying to make the team. And I was playing for Spartanburg, South Carolina. The manager was Bob Wellman. And I had a real good spring. And he said, you're the starting shortstop. And I went, wow. Coming from Sacramento, not drafted, didn't play high school, got cut. I said, this is great. So I go to Spartanburg, and the very first game, I get up 4 times. The one thing I could do, I put the ball in play. I didn't strike out a lot. So I struck out 4 straight times, and I'm sitting in my locker. I can remember it like it was yesterday, and my head's down, and Bob Wellman puts his arm on me. He says, you all right? And I called him Skipper. I said, Skip, if professional baseball is like this, you guys might as well give me a ticket back to Sacramento. I said, I had no chance tonight. And he puts his arm, he's tapping me. He says, oh, this guy's going to be special. He's going to be special. And I'm thinking, the manager's doing what he's supposed to. He's trying to be positive with me. Hang in there. Things will get better. He said, this guy's going to be a great pitcher, and it turned out to be Nolan Ryan. So I went, wow. But I did get even with Nolan because in 80, I got the hit that started the inning that eventually led us to get to the World Series. So payback, it took a long time.
But you got it.
But I finally got even with him.
Just real quick, in 1980, that's when I became a real baseball fan. It was because of that team, and it was because of the comeback to get to the World Series. The Phillies didn't make it in 76, 77, and 78. And then in 80, you guys get over the hump in probably the greatest NLCS of all time. 5-game series.
All of them extra innings.
All of them
the
extra
first
innings.
one.
Yeah, and back and forth. The Astros were a great team
They
with
were.
Nolan Ryan.
Yep.
And then you guys got over the hump that year. Do you see parallels with that 80 team?
I do. I tried to explain that to these guys. We came up short 3 years in a row. The one difference is that Rudy Carpenter, who was our owner at that time, a great owner, and he was really close to us. We literally had a meeting before spring training, and he told us, he says, guys, I love every one of you guys like you're my sons, but if we don't get to the World Series this year, I'm going to have to break this team up.
Oh.
And he planted that seed early. And we started thinking about it. He's got a point. We've come up short. And eventually we got over the hump. But I try to remind these guys, 3 years in a row, we did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully this can happen to this team this year because we need another parade. I know,
Well, we do.
I know the Eagles just had one.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Eagles. We need another one with the baseball team. And if we can stay healthy, I see good things down the road.
Do you see a parallel with the
I do.
Eagles? I mean, to me, it seems sort of hand in hand with what they went through.
There's no question. And, in 80, I don't know, I'm sure you people know that, and the listeners know, a lot of them do. I know it was a long time ago. but every team got to the finals.
Yeah.
You know, we were the only team to win it all, but every other team got to the end, and they didn't get it done. So when you get teams that win a lot, it does a lot for the city, man.
Yeah.
Invigorates the city. Everybody likes each other.
Yeah.
Nobody honks their horn at you. You know, so the city feels the vibe. When things start happening positive on professional sports teams, the city gets a good vibe.
Yeah, so, and I was just talking about this with my friend Brian, who was at the 80 when you guys won in 80, and he went with his father. And he's like, it's the long-lasting memory of that. You know, it's going to, be with him forever and ever, and it's something that he wants to do with his son as well. And so I don't necessarily think that's what you guys think about when you're out there on the field. You guys are, out there to accomplish, a goal. But, the collateral effect of that is the collective memories that you're creating for these families, which is
There's
cool.
no question, because
Mhm.
I didn't. That's a great point, because I didn't realize how big it was till we were in the parade, and you saw tears running down people's faces. They're saying, "I wish my dad would have been here. Or my grandfather watched all the games. He wasn't able to be here. He's watching us from above." And it does. It affects everybody.
Yeah.
And
So what's funny about this guy Brian? So he does this with his father in 1980, and in 2008. He was given a ticket. And so he gets to the game, and his wife drops him off. His son was in the car with him. He drops him off, and he goes to get his ticket. And the person that was with him had 2 tickets. And he goes, take 2 tickets.
Oh,
and so he calls his wife. He's like, "You got to come back." She's like, "I can't, blah, 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 blah." And long story short, it ended up being a 2-part game, and he ended up giving the ticket away to some rando on the street and on Patterson Avenue somewhere. And he could have used that ticket for part 2.
Yeah,
and
but he
that's,
would've never
that was the
known.
game where it was rained out and
Yes.
for like
Yeah.
3 days.
And-
And that's when we beat Tampa Bay, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he could have, and so he's like, "Please, just for my friend Brian and his son, can
Right.
you please get it and
So they can
bring
go
the
back.
championship home so we can have that memory?"
We'll make a lot of people happy if we
Yeah.
can have another parade in
Yeah.
October.
What's the biggest difference at spring training for the players than when you played?
I think, in particular, this year, that there's so much into the technical stuff now.
Okay.
You have so much, the analytic people. There's a lot of good analytics, don't get me wrong. And I believe I'm old school, and there's some of it maybe I wouldn't like, but I wish we had a lot of this stuff.
Can it get in the way now and then?
It can, if you let it. Like, I think down below, when these kids first sign, sometimes I think, this is just me,
Yeah.
that we give them too much info right away.
Yeah.
And as you progress through the system and we figure out who our prospects are, you give them more information. I think that's a big difference. Another difference here this year, basically this team is picked.
Yeah.
We got 2, maybe 3 spots open. So guys go about their business a little bit different. The veterans know that they're going to be the starters, and there's a big-time job for the 3 extra guys that we're going to carry.
Oh, but not
So
a lot of competition to make the big league squad?
Exactly.
Okay.
And I think sometimes that eases guys' minds a little bit. Oh, I can relax. I'll take my time getting ready. But this is a pretty good base. I mean, if you take a look at our team, we have an all-star catcher. He's made the all-star team. Of course, the first baseman's made the all-star team. The shortstop's made the all-star team. Bohm's made the all-star. We got guys at every position. Schwarber's made it. Castellanos has made it. We got all-stars everywhere. Pitchers, Wheeler, Nola. Again, it's a matter of health and a matter of getting the job done in October. We just have come up short, whether it be a pitch called, a play we didn't make, a guy not getting a hit, or a pitch hanging a breaking ball. Little things, and we got to get over that hump.
What are your feelings on speaking of pitches not being called properly, robo-umps?
I'm not in on it yet. I'll say that.
Okay.
The biggest thing I like is the pitch clock that they've incorporated. Maybe I'll get used to this.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of guys shaking their heads, mostly hitters.
Yeah.
Would you?
I wouldn't want to be an umpire right now.
No,
I mean,
no.
They put that box up, and
Yeah,
people don't
yeah.
understand that the angles sometimes from the camera are different. Everyone says, "Oh, he missed that pitch." So not only do they have to watch 200 and some pitches a game, after the game they go behind the clubhouse, and the people that are judging them he has to go over every pitch again.
Oh, really?
And I think if you take that box away, it would alleviate some of the, I don't know, differences that people have with umpires.
Yeah, again, technology can assist, but it can also cause issues.
Exactly.
Would a younger Larry Bowa playing, would you be accepting to the things that would come down as far as modifications to gameplay, or was the reflexive response, what the hell are they doing?
No, I some of the stuff I like. I don't like the fact you can't break up a double play anymore.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, we used to pick ourselves up in left field. These guys tried to literally come in and knock you out. Now, if you touch a shortstop or second baseman, it's an automatic double play. And I don't like the collisions at home plate. They said you can't touch the catcher. You got to have a lane.
Yeah.
If a catcher wants to block home plate, let him block it. And that's my philosophy. But the other stuff, I like the shift rule, the no shift rule.
Yeah.
I think that's good. I don't like the idea if you throw over to first twice and you do it again, it's a balk if you don't get him. I'm not in on that. And I definitely don't like a man on second in the 10th inning. Let's play the game and see who wins.
Larry, there's on my Instagram feed, for some reason I've gotten into where it is it's showing me classic baseball games and moments when managers get in the face of umpires. And some of them are mic'd up and ones that I've never heard before. And there's some really good ones like Joe Torre going out and finally you can hear what they're saying.
Right.
I mean, you have an idea of what's going on.
I would have loved to have been able to hear what George Brett was saying when they called the pine tar on him.
Oh, my God.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
That
I
was
don't think
real
I've ever
good.
seen a more angry face on a human being.
Was that 1980? Was that the same year you guys played him in the World Series?
No, that was I think it was either the year after or the year before.
Okay.
Because when we played him, he didn't do it. He had the so-called hemorrhoid series.
Yes,
hemorrhoid.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah. But when that's happening, how in the dugout is everybody? Are all eyes on what's going on when the manager is getting in with the ump?
Usually, not all the time.
Okay.
Usually a manager will go out, and he knows he's going to get ejected from the game because maybe the team's playing flat.
Yep.
Maybe you're in a 5 or 6 game losing streak, so you try to ignite the dugout a little bit. I mean, not all the time, but most of the time it's premeditated.
Okay, yeah.
And you don't want to know the words that you say. When
Right.
You go out there because there's always one word that no matter what, you can be really calm, but if you fire the one word out, you're gone.
It always seems to
and
me
you know it. You know it before it comes out. You know, okay, I'm going to say this.
Here we go.
It'll be gone.
It seems to me that sometimes that process that they're sort of laying on the sword a little bit to show the players
that you care.
That you care.
Right.
And would you agree that more often than not, that's the maneuver?
Yeah, there's no question.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the team's down a little bit. We lost a couple close games, gave away a game, and you look in the dugout and they're sort of like nonchalant, and you say, you know what? I need to get this thing going a little bit. It's hard now because if you think about it, you can't argue balls and strikes because they go to New York.
Yeah.
And they have replays on the bases. They go to New York. So it's really hard to get kicked out of a game unless
you hot foot them.
Well, you can go out on balls and strikes. That's automatic.
Yeah.
If you go out and argue balls and strikes, you're gone. So if you really want to get kicked out, I guess you'd wait till an umpire screws up some balls and strikes. So.
Okay. I have a two-part question. You and Charlie Manuel, both managers for the Phils, who got tossed out more of games? And when Charlie Manuel would get angry, could you understand a word that he said?
I could fill in the blanks with Charlie. I know where he's going with it.
Okay.
But in reference to who got thrown out, I don't even think it's close. I think I did.
Okay.
Charlie gets upset, but I don't think he gets as upset as I did. So.
What if you had like a family commitment? Would you get yourself thrown out? Cause
like I gotta be at this wedding.
There's
in
a
an hour.
confirmation.
That's not a bad idea. You know, I got to be somewhere in about an hour. So let me go out here and see if I.
No, I can make it.
I remember one game in Florida. It was Eric Gregg, and it was a sunny day. It was hot. It was in August. I mean, sweat coming down everybody. And we weren't playing good. And I went out and argued with him about a call or something. And he looked at me and he says, Bo, he says, if I got to be out here in this heat, so are you. So you can scream at we all you want. You can throw the 4-letter word out there. He says, you're staying here as long as I'm here.
He was not going to do it.
I said, okay, I got you.
That's funny.
So,
Larry, do you live down here now?
I have a condo down here,
You
but
have a condo.
I'm still in Philly. I come down here occasionally. Of course, I come down early for spring training. Then I come down and watch our minor league team here for a week, so I'll come down in the middle.
You know, I remember the first year that we came here to do this live broadcast, and we looked out over the field, and we can see guys walking out there right now. And I remember looking at the first time, and I saw there's like 50, 60 guys wearing uniforms. I'm like, damn, the team has expanded here. And I didn't realize that the minor leaguers were here as well. You know, and it's wild because I see the comparison. I'll see these guys working out over here, and then I'll see the guys in the show over here doing their thing. And you sometimes forget how many people there are in the world of organized baseball that don't get to the dance.
A lot.
And it's amazing to me, you know, the level of talent that you have to notch up to make it to and the difference between the two.
I agree. I
mean, the margin.
You take a look at our 80 team, and we had Schmitty at third, I was at short, Manny Trio was at second, Pete Rose was at first. And if you're in our minor league system, you know, you have to be, to me, to get to the big leagues, you have to be good, but you have to be lucky. You have to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
When I came up, the Phillies were rebuilding. They knew they weren't going to win. They were going to go with young guys. And if it was a team when I came up that was supposed to win, I might have never played in the big leagues. I might not have got an opportunity. So guys, they get caught up in it a little bit because they look at this team now. There's not a lot of openings here.
Right.
But I try to tell them every day you take the field, when the season starts here, there's 20, 30 scouts watching you. So you might not play for the Phillies, but you might get the attention of other scouts on other teams. So it's a selfish situation, but you got to think about, hey, I got to impress other people besides the Phillies. And again, I wouldn't want to be a minor leaguer right now with this team because it's solidified. Every position's solidified, really.
And we got a couple young guys too.
We do. We got some good kids coming up, but there's a couple guys that are free agents this year. We have to make decisions on JT and Schwarb, and those are going to be tough calls by the front office. And I guess that's why they get paid all that money is to make these calls. So be interesting to see how that plays out.
As an old school guy, what are your thoughts on the Savannah Bananas?
You know what? I think it's very entertaining. I really do.
You think it's good for the sport as a whole?
Especially young kids.
Yeah.
You know, kids are 4 and 5, 6 years old. Baseball's sort of boring. And the way the Savannah Bananas play, they do all. If you hit a foul, the fan catches it, you're out.
Yeah.
I think it's very entertaining.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to watch it 7 days a week. But,
Let me ask: are there any things of the way they play that you'd like to see incorporated into the act?
You know, dance routines and whatnot.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't be very good at that, but we probably have a couple guys that would be really good at that.
They're here this weekend.
Are they?
Yeah, they're in
Really?
Tampa.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
here?
They're in
I
Tampa.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they've been doing a good job of you know, in each city that they play in, they'll bring back some of the superstars, the retired superstars,
Oh, that's cool.
and get them out and sign them for a one-day contract.
Shane Victorino did something with them a
Yeah,
couple
he
of
did.
years ago.
We had at the Citizens Bank. I think
Yes.
it was
Ryan
close-
Howard.
It was close to being sold out.
Oh, it was huge.
I was a little disappointed they didn't let Ryan hit the ball. They got struck him out. I'm saying all these people are here to see Ryan Howard. Throw him one of those cookies where you just lob it in. And, the guy at Gets Gray said, "Oh, Ryan Howard, let me try to get him out." And strike him out.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
No, we were talking to some of the players, and they were talking about how with the Savannah Bananas that they are. There's a bit of performance, but they still want to play the game.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. Believe me.
Excellent. Well, listen, Larry, we're glad you had some time to come by and see us again. It's always great to catch up with you, but we're looking forward to being here and seeing this thing happen, and hopefully a great season.
Yeah,
man.
and hopefully we have a parade.
Yes.
How long are you guys down for?
We're here some of us are here through the weekend, but
sorry about the weather.
Yeah, right. Right.
It's going to be nice.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
will
nice.
be. All right, thank you for coming by here, Larry. It's good to see you.
All right, you guys take care.
All right, Larry Bowa. We are actually going to take a break right now because we have more guests joining us shortly. We'll come back. We'll get the bizarre file. And who's up next, by the way, Nick?
Our new closer, Jordan Romano.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We'll meet him when we return on MMR. Stay with us. right?
Ed?
Except when it's dark and it's breezy, it's a different story. But we do have the sun is up now. It's doing its job. We're going to be getting a little bit
Gonna be
warmer
okay.
But
in the
remember,
next
it's
few minutes.
93 million miles away.
That's true.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time for that radiation to get here.
my
But no, we're in a beautiful setting. It's going to be a gorgeous day today. We are here at the ballpark in Clearwater, Florida, a Bay Care ballpark. We're going to take a look at traffic and lay out what's going on. Kath, what's up?
Yeah, pretty busy at home. 295 southbound jams from Route 70 to 168. That's an accident just been cleared. We still have the closure in Pleasantville on 322 eastbound between Route 9 and Main Street. 42 freeway northbound jams Coles Road to 295. Another accident there blocking the right lane. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to the 42 freeway. 95 southbound jams Cotman into the Betsy Ross Bridge. Northbound from Allegheny to Cotman. The Vine westbound heavy 95 to Broad Street. Blue Route northbound backing up 95 to the Media Bypass southbound. The Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway. And then on the Schuylkill eastbound, you're slow 202 into Belmont, the Boulevard into the Vine westbound. University to South Street and then City to Belmont. This traffic report brought to you by your Delaware Valley BMW centers. Now through March 31st, take advantage of no payments for 3 months on 2020 through 2023 BMW certified models. See details and search inventory at bmwcenters.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Okay, the plan was we were going to do a Bizarre File, and then we were going to have Jordan Romano, new closer for the team, on the program. But he's running a couple minutes late. There's some traffic issues. So what we're going to do is we'll just do the Bizarre File here. We'll break them. We'll come back, and then we'll get Jordan on as well as the other guys. So let's get right into it, Ryan. Let's fire this thing up. Let's do the B file.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Dude.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. We'll start with this interesting little story. A Houston embalmer was arrested and charged last week after allegations that she mutilated the corpse of a registered sex offender.
Well,
I know. Right? And even law enforcement is kind of like that quoted in this story. So the allegations were outlined in a complaint letter from the Texas Funeral Service Commission accusing 34-year-old Amber Page Laudermilk, of mutilating the corpse with a scalpel and threatening other employees to not say anything.
they're threatening the other employees, but these scalpels.
So, yeah, I know. A probable cause affidavit alleges that Laudermilk stabbed the body of Charles Roy Rodriguez and mutilated his genitals with a scalpel. She cut his Johnson off. Is what she did.
Yeah.
Rodriguez died in a Houston hospital in January of natural causes. The alleged incident happened at Memorial Mortuary and Crematory. So Constable Alan Rosen said in a statement, this case is about two troubled people, the victim, who was a registered sex offender, and the defendant, who is accused of viciously attacking his dead body. No matter what one thinks of his life, the law requires that he be treated with dignity in death.
Which is true.
Laudermilk was allegedly in the presence of an embalming student during the incident and threatened the student to not mention what they had seen.
Hey, let's cut his nuts off. What do you say? Come on. Don't be a pussy.
Other employees who knew of the incident were scared to speak up. So Rosen said, I don't know of the suspect's past.
Hey, lock the door.
But we have sympathy for anyone who has been the victim of a sexual assault or is the family or friend of someone who has been the victim of sexual assault. The facts clearly indicate that she was angry, and I hope after this is resolved in the courts that she gets the help she needs.
Do you feel better now?
So a warrant has been issued for her arrest.
Yeah, that's a gray area.
I know.
But I completely. I mean, that's such a horrible crime.
Yep.
Crimes.
It's not a gray area. I mean, she broke the law.
Yeah.
But I probably wouldn't have said a word.
Yeah. So in Pennsylvania, in Chambersburg, police are looking for a man that they say broke into a person's apartment and hit the victim in the face with a frying pan. Chambers.
Luckily, I had a frying pan.
Police said the attack happened on Valentine's Day.
Wow.
At an apartment.
Don't you usually get flowers?
The court document states once the victim opened the door, 3 males forced their way into the residence, physically assaulted him by punching him in the face and head and also striking him in the face with a frying pan. The pan was observed with significant dents in it. Damn.
Wow.
Dents in the frying.
Way to go.
The victim suffered severe swelling and fractured cheekbone. Two of the 3 assailants were masked, according to investigators, and they said the unmasked man was identified as Abamil Alardin, and he has been arrested. In York, Pennsylvania, a suspect who shot another woman also accidentally shot herself on Monday night on the street. Police said the women were arguing around 9:30 when the suspect, identified as a 53-year-old woman, went to a vehicle to get a gun. She then shot the other woman. Police say that 33-year-old Autumn Real was shot in the shoulder, and somehow the suspect also shot herself in the hand.
How the hell did I do that?
As a paramedic was assisting the woman who was hit in the shoulder, Real spit in the medic's face, too.
Oh.
So she's charged with aggravated assault and harassment.
Why are you spitting in the face of the person who's trying to help you out?
The 2 women knew each other, according to investigators, and so far police have not charged the woman who they say shot Real, so I don't know what the hell is going on there. So, all right, I'm pretty sure this took place in Philadelphia. A TSA officer patted a man down and felt something and asked if the man had something hidden. The man then reached down the front of his pants and he pulled out a live 5-inch turtle that was wrapped in a small blue towel.
I saw that. I saw the turtle. And it wasn't teeny tiny.
No, it's a good sized one. So the man told security personnel that the reptile was a red-eared slider turtle. The agency did not respond to questions about whether the man explained why he had the turtle in his pants.
So I've heard of having crabs.
Yeah, right. Port Authority police questioned the man and took the turtle. They say they plan to contact the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and local animal control officers.
God damn, my turtle hurts every time I piss.
The man missed his flight and was escorted out of the checkpoint by police, and it was unclear whether he is facing any charges. This is pretty wild, man. So the body of a woman was caught in the nets of a fishing boat off the coast of Massachusetts last week. Officials now believe that she was someone who was buried at sea.
Wait, you do that?
Yes, I did bury people at sea, but then you have to have you have them wrapped up. Was the body just loose?
No, but they caught it in a net.
Wow.
Wait, so
while fishing.
You can dump a body in the sea?
You can do a burial at sea. Yes, you can.
I mean,
it's done all the time.
I'm asking.
Yeah, didn't they dump Bin Laden's body in sea? Didn't they do that?
I don't know, but
that's the rumor.
I mean, if you're a Navy SEAL, you can do what you want. But I mean, I think that. Yeah, Kath, you have to go through certain steps to make sure that it's approved.
This is a game changer. I might want to go to sea.
Really?
Right? Yeah. Oh, I got to think about this.
Yeah,
okay.
Me too.
Yeah.
So the fishing vessel caught the wrapped body with its nets about 40 miles off the coast Thursday
Mermaid.
night. The crew.
We caught a mermaid.
She's beautiful.
The crew returned to the Boston Fish Pier on Friday morning, and they were met by U.S. Coast Guard and Massachusetts State Police, who took custody of the remains.
She doesn't look like Ariel because she doesn't have a jaw.
The chief medical examiner found the woman was in the 60-year-old range, had numerous cancerous tumors.
Ooh, that's not Ariel.
And the body had been embalmed and appeared consistent with a burial at sea, the office said, adding that there were no indications of foul play. Officials did not share any details on the circumstances of the woman's apparent burial, and they said, we consider this matter non-suspicious and closed, and the woman is unlikely to, they're not even going to identify her. They're just... I think it was catch and release, to be honest.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth.
She was too small.
I have a friend who lives in St. Thomas and Preston. She's lived on St. John for a bit, too, and there's not a lot of space to bury people. So burials at sea are really common for people that live in the Virgin Islands. And so I want to do the exact same thing. Kathy,
yeah?
We're going out together.
Okay.
Wow. So I would wonder, though, so for each country, for example, if you're doing it by United States protocol, is there a way the body has to be prepared and wrapped?
No.
Probably.
Not sure.
What if you like water, but not like open water where sharks are? Could you be buried in a lake?
In a pool?
Or in a pool.
You can pick a
swim
neighbor's
club.
pool.
Yeah.
Who's that? That's my neighbor. He died about 5 years ago. We use them as a water weenie.
All right, that is all we have in the bizarre file. I thought you guys would like that.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
All right, so we're taking a break. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, when we return, we should have a nice line of guests that are going to be joining us. So we'll get our Phil's players on when we return. We are at spring training, folks, in Clearwater, Florida.
Just feels like we're in the Alps.
It does. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, here's the bump.
Broadcasting live from Spring. Steve.
Oh, dear friend, the sun has come up. We've gone up 3 degrees in the last 10 minutes. It's
Yes.
a beautiful thing.
And now we have sun blindness.
That we do. It's actually going to be a stunningly gorgeous day here in Clearwater, Florida. And you can watch us on YouTube. We are right now streaming as we speak. And we're sitting here in right next to the bullpen at Baycare Park. And we have somebody we're going to meet in just a moment. Let's first take a look at traffic, see what's happening there back home. Kathy, what do you have for us?
Busy at home. 295 northbound stop between Route 130 and the 42 freeway. There's an accident blocking the 2 right lanes. Another accident on 42 north after 295. The right lane blocked or jammed back to Coles Road. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound Drive to Fort Washington, north 95 from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Cottman, southbound from Cottman into the Betsy Ross Bridge, and then again from Girard to the Vine, the Blue Route to Highland Avenue. On Westchester Pike, watch for an accident at 202. Delays on the Blue Route this morning. Go northbound 95 to the Media Bypass, southbound the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then from the bypass to 95. If you're on 322 in Pleasantville, we still have this accident out there eastbound between New Road and Main Street. So a closure in place on the eastbound side because of the accident. This traffic report brought to you by Compassion International. Thousands of kids in poverty have waited over a year for a sponsor, and their wait today. Become a Compassion sponsor. Text radio to 83393. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So when we come to Clearwater, we have usually a couple things happen. We have some old friends come by. We have some new friends come by. We have a new one who we are meeting just now. And we would like to welcome to our microphone, ladies and gentlemen, he's the closer for the Phils, Mr. Jordan Romano is joining us. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Now, we had debates back and forth about your last name because this is Kathy Romano, yet Romano is the pronunciation you go with.
Yeah, you know, I'm Canadian, so in Canada we say our A's a little different. So up there it's Romano, down here it's Romano. I've been down here so long, I just kind of go with either one.
Either one, you'll just answer to.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
I saw you walking up, and you're in shorts and a T-shirt. I was like, do you need a sweatshirt or something like that? You're like, no, I'm from Canada.
This is nothing.
nothing.
This is nothing.
Right.
What parts of Canada?
I'm just outside of Toronto.
Okay.
I asked that as if I know the geography of
I
Canada.
know, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I know. But the main thing I know about Toronto is I'm a huge Rush fan, so
Okay,
yeah. So I know Getty and Alex and Neil. That was their home, their place.
Did you
so.
play hockey at all?
Oh yeah, played hockey up until I was 16. I don't know if I was tough enough though.
Was that a professional? Was that a possible career trajectory for you?
You know what? No, probably not. No.
When did you realize it wasn't going to be?
Probably 15 when
Yeah.
I didn't like going to practice in the morning.
Well,
it was too cold.
Early morning practice?
early.
Yeah.
Before school, it's
Oh,
freezing.
Man.
Well, Kathy's doing that now, hockey, and the younger you are, the earlier practice the times are.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's early, it's late. He actually just got to play pond hockey for the first time because we had a really cold winter, and he kept saying, He actually said, "Can we move to Canada so I can play pond hockey?"
Oh, no way.
I'm like, we'll just wait till it gets cold here. Yeah, so it was really cool. But I actually was pretty disappointed because not that he's focusing on hockey. I love that he loves the sport, but this is the first year he's not playing baseball, and I love baseball. I love watching baseball, so I was a little disappointed that we're done with baseball.
Yeah, hockey's fun too, though. Growing up, I actually had an ice rink in my backyard.
Oh, cool.
That was
Awesome.
kind of cool.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
My dad would make one every year for us, so it was pretty awesome.
Jordan, since our first time meeting you, just an introduction about us. Our radio program has been on in Philadelphia. We've now been we're in our 28th year of being a radio show. So we're not a sports show. We're more just kind of like a lifestyle show, but we are sports fans. So our questions aren't going to be too many X's and O's for you and stuff like that, just to give you a heads up on this. But I've always had a question about being a closer and that position in baseball. So unique amongst any other position in the game in that your performance is a short amount of time compared to some other players, the regular field players and so on. How does one become a closer? Did you start off with that in mind when you started pitching first, or do you just kind of get out there and see what you're like and where they want to put you?
Yeah, coming up, like when you're in the bullpen, when you're a reliever, you want to be a closer. For most guys, want to be the closer. It's kind of like, it's the toughest spots usually. And yeah, I was just pitching, and if you're pitching pretty well, usually you get put in that spot. And I was thrown in that spot, and I was really happy. But then I realized how stressful it was.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like, dude, you got to bring us home. You know what I mean? It's on you.
The implied statement is, don't F this up.
Yeah.
And every time you play.
And a lot of times it's like, you get one inning, dude.
Yeah.
And let's see what you got.
Well, and let me ask you about that. What do you think would be a more successful way to close out a game, okay? A 3-pitch inning or a 9-pitch inning?
Ooh.
Because you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. You know what? In that last inning, crowd likes strikeouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you say a 9-pitch inning?
Yeah, they like strikeouts. It gets them fired up. So, yeah, nine pitches is good.
All right. So what's the fastest you've ever topped out at?
101.
And you average in the mid 90s, right?
Yeah.
I mean, which is mind blowing.
Well, how old were you when you first got into the 90 realm?
I was probably 20, 23, 24. So it took me some time. I wasn't just like everyone throws really hard now. A lot of 18-year-olds. But yeah, it took me a little while to kind of develop it. So
were you a paper boy who was actually killing people? With the,
yeah, I was pretty good. Pretty good at snowball fighting growing up.
So what is baseball like in Canada? Because, I had a friend of mine who his grandpa lived 2 doors down from me, and he was from Winter Park, Florida. And it blew me away that he played baseball in December and in January. I was like, because I love playing baseball. And, I'm like, you're so lucky. But, your window of ball playing is really, really small. What are your seasons like?
Yeah, so when I went to high school, we didn't have a team.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's popular, it's growing, but it's not as big as hockey and some of the other sports. But it's a lot of indoors, a lot of indoor baseball. So growing up, I was at the facilities. It's snowing, freezing outside. You go indoors and work. So that's why I loved it when we got to travel down to places like here, and you got to play outside. It's like, oh, it's December, and we're outside.
It's a big difference.
Yeah.
Jordan, I'm fascinated by the process of being a teenager who's probably one of the best in your high school, despite the limitations of your high school and the ability to play. And then you get to 18 and 19, and it starts to look like you have a shot at not the majors, certainly a role in the minors. And now you're 31, and I'm 49, Casey's 49. Looking back, 31 seems like a lifetime ago, but for you, it's like midway probably through your career, right? So what's your mental state when you reach late 20s, early 30s, as opposed to when you first make your way into the bigs?
Oh, I'll say one thing: you got to do a lot more for that body.
I'm sure.
Once you hit 30, I noticed at 25 and then 30, you just got to do a lot more.
Lot more Tim Hortons.
Yeah, a ton more. But no, it's good. I feel blessed. 31, still playing. Honestly, when I was playing at 16, 17, I thought I'd be done after college. So every day I get it's just kind of like a blessing. Just keep going. Just want to keep adding more days on it.
But just keeping in shape. Now you had a surgery early on. Was it Tommy John? Is that what they call it? This surgery?
Yeah. So 10 years ago, I had Tommy John. Actually, last July, I had another elbow surgery.
So every time and this is your instrument, this is your everything. When you're told that, is it terrifying? Is it this is just the nature of the beast? How do you approach something like that when you get that news, especially with what you do, that you're going to have to go through that process?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I've been through a couple surgeries, and you for the most part you're going to get back. But it's what I've been doing for as long as I can remember now. It's what my days revolve around, is just throwing. So when they say you can't throw, it's tough. It's really tough. But luckily I had some good teammates, good trainers, coaches. They kind of help you through that. But it's tough regardless.
You know what? I'm not as I'm hearing you speak more, I'm not picking up a lot of Canadian delivery.
I was thinking the same thing.
And we've talked to a ton of hockey players over the years, and it's kind of like this, and you don't seem to have that pentameter.
Yeah, well, I've been down here more or less for 10 years, and whenever the Canadian comes out, I get made fun of.
You are Canadian friendly, which is yes.
So I kind of I keep that under wraps because I'll hear it when it starts coming out.
Or you go back home then and it just flies out?
Oh yeah, when I'm with my buddies back home, it starts going. Yeah.
Nice.
I do want to ask about the Tommy Johns because oftentimes people come back stronger after the Tommy Johns, and people have often joked about getting it just so they can come back stronger, even if they didn't need that. Do you know anything about the biology behind it all?
You know what? So I was one of those guys. I came back a little bit stronger, and I think it was for the most part. You have 1 year where you're not throwing, so you could just work out every day, strengthen your shoulders, strengthen everything that was, kind of lacking. So I think it's more that you just have a year to work out, get stronger, and then your elbow's fine, and then you usually throw a little bit harder.
Do you swim and stuff for your shoulders?
You know what? I did swim a lot, but then it was starting to hurt my shoulder.
Okay.
So no more.
Because you're swimming in ice up in Canada.
Yeah, we're going to break through the ice.
Hey, I wanted to ask about being a professional athlete because I got some information on here, and one of the things was standing out. I was looking at the contract that you signed. I was raised to never discuss my salary with other people. You guys live with it completely transparent, and I know it's just part and parcel of doing this. But is that ever weird? People being in your business and knowing exactly what kind of money you make?
Yeah, it's definitely a little weird. I think I'm kind of like a more low-key guy, and it's super weird. Just things like, I remember I got a haircut a couple years ago, and it was in the news. I was like, this is crazy. Yeah.
Well, was it a bad haircut or?
It was fine.
Okay,
It was fine. So just stuff like
Tragedy
that.
struck this one.
Yeah, it's a little weird. You just do like normal day-to-day things, and like I don't know, people seem to talk
But there will
about it.
come a day when you'll get a haircut and no one will say anything, and then you'll go, hey.
I'm kind of it'd be refreshing. You can just do what you want, and no one.
It's a good thing when you have that sort of that level-headed approach. Like you meet people who they don't savor that aspect of it, the fame or the cameras or whatever, constantly in your face. It's the love of the sport. So as you go through your career, you're not going to be crestfallen when it goes away, right? I mean, that to me seems the proper way, or at least the best way to go through an athletic career.
You know what? I actually do think about that. I know this doesn't last forever, and it's easy to get kind of lost in it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I feel like if you don't get so caught up in it, it'll be easier transition when it's done.
Do you turn to the older players and to people who? I mean, you're obviously along, but I mean, it seems like you have a wealth of knowledge to draw upon about the nature of the beast with like Larry Bowa and all these other players and Charlie and all those people who are around to give you their sage advice. Will you seek them out if you have issues?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's kind of shaped me. Just talking to the older players, the guys have been there and done that. But another guy I feel like that keeps me kind of grounded is my brother. I have an older brother, so. Whenever I'm thinking about doing something, purchasing something, anything, I'd be like, "Hey, Chris, what do you think about this?" And he's like, "Don't do that, man."
All right, what was the last thing he suggested you not purchase?
I was trying to buy a nice car.
You deserve a nice car.
A little sports car, and he's like, "No, man, just wait. You don't need that right now." He's like, "You don't deserve it right now."
Don't deserve it or don't need it?
Yeah, he's like, wait until you do something cool. You make a part in the playoffs, World Series. I was like, all right.
Okay.
That's good
No, that's
advice.
nice. Yeah. He looks out for you then.
Yeah,
Jordan,
for
you're born and raised in Canada. You played for a Canadian team, but you have Italian heritage. And so was that how you got to play for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, my grandparents, my aunts, and my dad, they were all born in Italy.
What parts?
He was so it's 3 hours east of Rome.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the city. It's a little town.
I literally
Small
just
town.
came from Italy yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, but I was all the way up north.
He was hanging with your family.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I still have family over there. I've actually never gotten a chance to go, but still have family over there. Yeah, a lot of families.
I can
born
tell you
there.
a hotel to not stay in.
Okay.
Do you have kids?
No kids. Just a dog. Just a dog right now.
But real quick, like when you find that out, is that a choice that you get to make because you wanted to play for Team Italy? Were you recruited by Team Canada? How does that process happen?
You know what? Yeah, I just so I was in the minor leagues at the time, and I just wanted to play for Team Italy. I thought it would be cool for my grandparents. They're very proud Italians, and seeing me with the jersey on, and made my dad, really proud and them proud.
Oh,
so I
wow.
just wanted to kind of honor that side of the family and that heritage. So it was an awesome experience. We played in Mexico. Won a couple games too, so it was pretty cool.
Who was the toughest opponent in the World Baseball Classic?
Ooh, we faced Puerto Rico, and they were nothing short of an MLB All-Star team.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Carlos Correa, I remember Lindor, so really good players. And I was out there, I was in the minor leagues at the time facing all these guys. It was quite a shock, but it was still fun.
Did you hold your own?
Yeah, I got pumped. I have
Or citizen. I meant citizen. Sorry.
No, not a citizen.
Not
no.
I was wondering any of the professional teams when you become a citizen.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't thought too much about that, but no, not a citizen. I have a Florida driver's license though.
Okay.
So you can drive?
Yeah, I can drive down here.
Did you set up in PA yet?
Last kind of final house, but when they hear it play for the Phillies, they want to boost it up a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
that's where keeping low key comes in handy. Yeah.
Just tell them you're my brother.
Yeah. Kathy's got a rep in town. She's cool. She knows what's
Her
up.
family is legendary for throwing their seed all over the country.
Oh my God.
Actually, Kathy's
Well, we
actual
could be
brother-
related.
You
Kathy's
could be.
actual brother is a realtor, so
Yeah, we can help. He won't bump it up for you. You're like family.
What do you do for a recreation outside? I mean, obviously we talk about atmosphere that is pervasive down here. Baseball.
Yeah, I like to golf down here. A lot of buddies golf, and I like to play a lot of Call of Duty. Yeah.
Oh, Call of Duty, you're a dealer.
There we go.
Both Preston and I are playing Sniper Elite.
Oh, it's a great game, man.
Yeah, and I just like it. A bunch of guys that I've played with, a lot of my boys back home, my brother, we just all get on the mic and play.
Okay.
So you have large teams, large.
Yeah, we have about 10 guys, and we rotate. 6 or 7 guys will be on every night, so we just get on, and it's just catching up. So it's pretty fun.
Is your brother your only sibling?
No, I have 2 younger sisters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else athletic?
My sisters were more smarts. They got the smarts.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think that's so cool because my son will hop online and play with his friends, and especially for somebody like you who you're nowhere near where you grew up, and so, but all the people that you know and love are thousands of miles away, and it's still a way that you can not only connect but like
kill Nazis together.
Yeah.
Have you got any favorite spots in Philly that you found yet, or?
You know what? So I've only spent a few days in the city, actually.
Okay.
So I'm just getting to, I'm excited to go up there, learn the city a little bit, see what there is to do.
When you're playing for Toronto, and well, first of all, when you were playing for the Blue Jays, did you come and play in Philly at all? Did you have any away games?
Yeah, we always played there 2 games a year.
Right.
And we'd always have an off day, so walk the city a little bit.
That was my question. Yeah. So, do you get to know other cities and outside of Philadelphia? Jordan, who now plays for the Philadelphia Phillies, what is your favorite city to play in?
Ooh, favorite city. I'm not even just saying this because I'm here. My favorite ballpark and being there was Philly because it was so tough to play at. The fans, just electric. Our bullpen's right up there, and we were getting worn out. So I was like, this is awesome. It'd be nice to be on the home side though right now.
I've heard and veteran players of various sports, Philadelphia sports, have said it, that there's this notion that people who don't come here for fear of the are on their good side, and if you and if you're performing and you don't try to fake it, the benefit is unlike any other place.
And John Kruk was saying, John Kruk was play-by-play.
Yeah.
So and he played for the Phils for a long time. He was saying he felt bad for people that never got a chance to play in Philadelphia, ball players, because they're missing out. We embrace this team so strongly with so much love, and it really is a wonderful atmosphere. When they're not playing well, it's not as much of a wonderful atmosphere.
But that's the same thing in every city.
But it's just, I think it's more embraced when the team's playing well, and I think you'll feel it,
Yeah, that's kind of why I decided to come here. This point in the career, I wanted that. There's high expectations. I got that for myself, so I kind of want to experience that atmosphere, on the home side.
And you also heard you had a cousin in radio here. So.
That's right. That's right.
Yep.
Listen, don't forget to put me on the family list for tickets this year.
Excellent. Well, listen, Jordan, we're looking forward to the game today. We're looking forward to a great season, and it's really nice to meet you, man. Thanks for bringing a spare. All right, let's hear it for Jordan Romano, guys. Thank you for being here. What are we doing next? I don't even know. Things have shifted here a little bit.
So our buddy Brandon Marsh is working his way up. So
Okay.
Jordan, don't tackle him on his way here. And then so we're going to chat with Brandon for about 15 minutes or so, and then we will have Garrett Stubbs immediately after Brandon Marsh.
Okay.
So there'll be a little crossover from those guys.
Do we need to take a break, or are we going to hang until he gets here, do you think?
Chris, how much time for Brandon? 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Right.
We will keep going.
Yeah.
All right, we'll let Jordan get on your way.
great to see you,
I'd
man.
love to get a
Thank you.
picture with you, but we're live on the
We can do
air.
this right now.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, we're going to do this. Marissa, get over here.
Yeah, Jordan, can you come back here? Those of you who are on the radio, just bear with us for a moment as
Take a picture.
we want to get a picture.
I mean, this is a family reunion for Kathy. We got
We'll
it.
have you go in the middle. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Steve.
Yeah.
Kathy, you got to get next year.
This doesn't happen often that you get a family reunion like this. All right, here we go. Smile, everyone.
We are smiling.
We are smiling on the radio.
And where's
Excellent. All right,
singing?
thanks.
Sing.
Have a great season, brother.
How tall are you, by the way?
6'5".
6'5". Big dude. Excellent. All right, so, Brandon Marsh is going to be coming up here in just a moment, which is really, really cool. And fortunately, we've had a chance to spend some time.
Send some love Philly sports trips way, because a lot of what we're doing here this week is because of their generosity and their help. We'll be at Coco's North tomorrow. If you're going to come, by the way, that is open to the public. I get that question quite a bit, but our show will be free and open to the public, so swing by Coco's North in Clearwater Beach. And Philly Sports Trips is taking deposits for 2026. So if you're hearing this broadcast today,
Jump on it now.
Want to join us next year? You can put a deposit down for 2026.
Preston, I just thought if we're at Coco's tomorrow and you get proof your license is invalid.
If I get proofed?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You're gonna get
Oh,
carded.
if I get carded.
Oh man.
Oh my God! And you do look so young. You
I
might.
know. Well, you know what? You guys just sneak me some
I can
food.
get you a fake one.
Yeah. You can get me in.
There was a moment yesterday where we were trying to figure out what was going on with the rental cars, and Casey, you missed this because you hadn't landed yet, but there were two white crossover SUVs. Preston and Kathy and Steve got in one, and then I got in one, a different rental car with my wife. So we were trying to coordinate. So I walk back down to where the two rental cars are, and I go up to the window of one of the white rental cars, and there's a guy who's quite handsome, beard, and I was like, all right, Preston, we're going to go this way. Not Preston at all.
Oh, my God.
No.
And we were watching him do it from the next car over.
We're just sitting there looking at him. There's the window.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
I hear Kathy laughing, and I'm like, oh, crap.
Nick, step forward. Sorry, there's we're moving some stuff around right now. As when we got here this morning, so we have some tents over this broadcast area, and apparently they caught a lot of condensation last night.
Like crazy.
And so they had to move the tents for the time being, so now we're scooting them back and getting them in place.
Although I just want the sunlight. I don't care.
I know. At this point, yeah, I'll take it for now, at least for the next hour or so, as we're finally starting to warm up. Although a breeze is picking up, but, whatever. And, Kat, you're blind.
I was trying to ask a question, and I thought you were pointing to me. I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
Sorry about that.
Brendan's walking over now, Preston.
All right, cool.
Here he is.
Yeah, I see him actually.
There we
So he'll get over here in a moment or two. And then, like Nick was saying, tomorrow morning we are broadcasting from Coco's. And then the rest of the weekend, we're just kind of hanging out. Some of us are headed back, but some are going to stay for the weekend and spend a little time here.
I can't wait to have, last year, what's our friend's name who owns Coco's?
Oh, Glenn.
Glenn Such, yeah.
Yeah, Glenn was because I like tequila. You guys know that, and he makes his his crushes with vodka. And he was like, "Oh, you like tequila? I'll make you one with tequila." It was early, so I just took a couple sips, but I think I'm gonna have one tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're advertising it now.
Over here,
Tequila Crushes. I saw that.
Tequila Crushes?
Yeah, he makes them with tequila.
All right, I'm on board.
Yeah,
All right.
Somebody got swole over the.
Our next guest is stepping up, looking all swole and hot this morning as the sun is coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Marsh has arrived.
The sun hit me. It's looking
You look beautiful.
I tell you what, when you were walking up here, you resembled a UFC fighter walking into the octagon. I was like, who is this dude?
Hey, tell my man Cam down there that you just said that.
How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Doing great, doing phenomenal. It's been a great spring this far. How about you guys?
Good. We're hanging in there, man.
Yeah.
We made it here in one piece, so we're happy about that.
You guys look forward to getting down here, or is it like, back to the grind?
Back to work.
No, I love coming down here. So the off season, I spend down in Arizona for the most part. That in Atlanta with my mom, but
I love coming down and seeing the beach, getting a change of scenery.
Yeah.
You know, because during the season we really don't get out too much, so it's always just
Yeah,
field
it
house,
is
field
definitely
house.
a grind for you guys. 162 games before the postseason.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
When do you first pick up a ball and actually throw? I mean, when is that first time that you'll do that motion?
So the last couple of off seasons, I haven't picked up a ball until I'd say after Christmas, to be honest.
Okay.
Really just let the arm rest, and then
Yep.
I feel like the arm you can ramp it up, not like too quick, but fairly quick.
Is that so? We've heard over the course of years from athletes, and then the mindset has changed that you kind of maintain a base level of training all year round. So it's not a shock to the system. But you saying letting your arm rest, do you find that with baseball, that's something that has to happen for you to work properly as an athlete?
Yeah, I can only speak for position players.
Yeah.
But, pitchers, I feel like they're throwing the whole time.
The whole
I feel like-
time,
I feel like
yeah.
those guys never stop just because they really can't.
Right.
Because they get here and they're thrown into games like that and need to be 100%, you know. So
Yeah, that would stand to reason. Yeah.
So, but position players, I think you have the luxury to, you know, take a month and a half off.
Right.
Of throwing, and hitting. Just letting the back and body just rest from all the rotation and stuff like that. So yeah, as a position player, I feel like you get a little bit more rest in the off season. Pitchers are just nonstop.
It's weird because we talk about we'll do dumb things like, you know, Preston, you lean back to get something out of the back seat of the car.
Oh.
And something pulls. You're like,
Yeah.
God damn. So, but with you, it's anything like that is. I mean, do you, because you're in good shape and you stay at it? Do you have those moments?
I feel like most definitely everybody
yeah.
you know has moments like that. I just feel like just from all the work we do here, you know, sometimes the body gets super fatigued.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't say nothing like big or.
Like picking your nose and pulling out your bicep.
Yeah, you know, maybe the bottom half of your tricep.
Right.
Just gives
The
out.
hell
But-
happened?
but,
Did I need that loogie?
But definitely reaching back to the back seat.
Yeah.
Grabbing a phone charger, or, you know, maybe I don't know, whatever bag of seeds or something.
Right.
You know, you might tweak a little something.
Yeah, you don't want to keep the seeds on the passenger seat with you.
Brandon,
Too easy that way.
my nephew is named Luke. He's a ball player, and you are currently his favorite baseball player.
Let's go.
And so I told him we were going to see you, and he sent me 14 questions. We don't have to get to all of them, but there are some really good ones on here.
Wait, how old is he?
Luke is now 12 years old.
Okay.
He had leukemia. He's doing great. He's in remission. He's my hero. I love the kid, and he's a really good ball player, and he loves following along with the Phillies. He lives down in Virginia, but he's super excited that you were going to be on the show today. So I'm gonna ask a couple of them. The first is, do you ever think there's going to be a two-way athlete in professional sports again? Somebody like a Deion Sanders or a Bo Jackson?
Ooh, the first person that came to mind was Travis Hunter, but that's just two sides of the ball.
Which I would almost consider that to be a two-way athlete as
That's
well.
crazy,
It
right?
is, but I don't think there's any
Yeah.
professional football team that would allow that.
Well, we got a dude named Kyle Schwarber who can go play middle linebacker right now. You know, so, but that's a really good question. If he is, you know, maybe he or she is not born yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know?
We don't have to get to all of them, but here's a good one. Have you ever had lice in your beard and/or hair?
Wow. Wow.
Oh my.
Or crabs.
I
mean, you take your choice.
I feel like even if I did, I'm saying no, right?
Yeah, this is where,
Yes.
this is where you say, yeah, I was with a loose woman.
To answer the question, honestly, no.
Okay.
No, I take good care of the hair.
All
I
right.
try to.
And
Thought so.
two more quick ones. One, do you hate the Braves?
I don't like the Braves at all. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I grew up a Braves fan, and now they're the op. They're the enemy. So yeah, nothing. No, I don't hate anyone, you know, but definitely the Braves are on the
Just
bottom.
sharks, that's it.
Just sharks.
Just sharks.
Sharks.
But the Braves are definitely on the
that's
bottom
right.
of the list.
You guys have that in common. You hate sharks.
Yeah.
Wait, are you a fisherman?
I mess around a little bit. Yeah. This spring I really dove back into it a little bit because I grew up fishing.
You do
being in
deep
Georgia.
sea? Do you do deep sea stuff?
I don't like the water like that.
Yeah.
You know, are you like bass fishing or what?
No, we're trout.
Okay.
Nothing that can eat you.
No.
Yeah.
Even though my buddy did catch a shovelhead the other day. It was pretty.
What is that? I don't even know what that
it's
is.
Like a little mini hammerhead shark looking like thing.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
So you've been fishing here?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we've been fishing here over in Dunedin, Bel Air Bridge, down in Clearwater, over here in Tampa.
He just called you man, by the way.
Yeah, I call you ma'am.
Well,
That's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, he recognizes your maternal.
Stop it. I'm like a year older than him.
No. Perhaps in some multiverse.
Have you tried bone fishing down here? That's supposedly very, very difficult.
I have not.
It's a really they're a difficult, very hard fighting fish. They're not real big, but apparently they're a big sport fish.
Okay.
So
You'll see a lot of bone fishing in porn movies.
Well, that too. Nick, you had another question from Luke.
I'll have to look into.
It's a whole category.
Yeah.
I got 10 more questions, Preston.
Yes.
But, who's your favorite teammate this year?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Yeah.
You can't answer that.
Man.
Well, who's your least favorite?
No. I mean, I love all my guys down there. I would have to. I live with Bone, so he doesn't kill me. I'll say Bone.
So, all right. Do the position players usually hang out with each other? Like the outfielders hang with the outfielders? Well, although your outfielder Bohm is third base, but the pitchers kind of keep to themselves.
I would say normally yes. I would say normally yes, but this team's been totally different in that aspect ever since I walked into this locker room. It's everybody loves everybody. It's position player, pitcher. Everyone's all in it together. American, Latin, German,
all right, so
Japanese, everything.
There's a timeout on the field, and a lot of times the infield will go in, and then the outfield. Would you get in trouble if you were like, I don't want to hang out. I want to go hang out with these guys in the infield during this timeout? Would anybody look at you sideways if you did that?
I wouldn't do that. Those infielders are weird. I'll say on that.
My brother's mother-in-law, they call her Mimi. You're her favorite player as well.
That's
I
awesome.
didn't have any questions, but I need you to sign this baseball
I got
for
you.
her. All right.
For sure.
Yeah.
I got you.
Do you want any Luke questions?
Yeah.
All right. Who's going to win the NL MVP this year?
NL MVP. Got to go with my man Hart.
All right. Yeah. And I'm going to ask you just one more on Luke's behalf, but do you set personal goals? And if so, do you think you're going to hit 20 home runs this season?
Attaboy Luke. I would say that is. I mean, that's one of the goals for sure is to get over the mark I was at last year. I've climbed a little bit every year since I joined Philly, but I'm not a big homer guy. So I love hitting homers. I feel like all of us do, but being an 8-9 hole guy here, I just got to get on first and let the big guys drive me in. But,
Right.
I do set goals for myself. I try not to have as much expectation as possible because I know how hard the game is and how random it'll throw stuff at you. But I would say if I hit 20 homers, Luke's getting a big hug.
All right.
There you go.
The skull cap, is that the Fanatic riding a dolphin on your?
It sure is.
Can people purchase that, or is that for players only?
It's in the shop
Is
here
it?
in Clearwater
that's
at Baker
awesome.
Ballpark. So
Okay.
yeah,
That's awesome.
Well, what about this sleeveless hoodie that you're wearing right now? Is that part of the training
that's
regimen?
part of the conditioning staff.
Really?
With the Phillies, yeah, they did a white one, a red one, and I love it. It's like a good little get ready in the morning. It's like doesn't get in your way. It's not too much.
Yeah.
It's a little
How come
cold
there are
in the
no
morning.
Brandon Marsh beard nets in the store over there? Like
They
five,
could.
five guys, right?
You could have your own. You should.
Oh, yeah, you
your
should
own
have
beard
something.
oil or something.
Right.
Man,
See, I don't use any oils. Or
You
anything.
don't?
No,
Just
that's
straight,
all natural.
Straight brush out the shower. Natural.
Wow.
Yeah.
I always feel bad, though, when I see people wearing a beard net. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you poor thing. You have to wear that thing.
But I don't want it.
Well, they make them wearing a
I know.
five. There's
Yeah,
a guy
that's
at
fair.
five. Yeah.
At Chipotle or something.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know its purpose, but
But beard hair doesn't fall out like normal hair, does it?
I don't know.
You said beard hair doesn't?
Does
No. If you go like this, will you have? You won't.
No.
No.
I mean, you might get one maybe,
Yeah.
but I also don't. I said I took care of my beard and hair earlier, but I take care of my hair. My beard's just there.
By the way, question number 10. What is beard care routine this year?
Nothing.
Shower and brush.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, do you use soap or shampoo in your beard?
I use shampoo.
Okay.
Do you have any suggestions?
Crew 3-in-1. Definitely.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
my favorite shampoo, and that'll work in your beard, too.
Smells good.
I use it all over my body. You didn't need to know
Too much
that.
info.
that?
Too
Yeah.
much info.
Just thought I'd
I
share.
need to hear all of Luke's questions, by the way. This.
Oh, all right.
All right. These are actually really good questions. So
Yeah.
Well, the first one is I know what the answer is. Would you ever consider shaving your beard? And I know that it has a sentimental value for you.
Yeah, I would. I don't think anytime soon, unless Topper, Dave came up to me.
Right. You're not playing for the Yankees.
Well, they let go of that as well a little bit this offseason too. So,
I saw that they relaxed the policy.
But yeah, no, I don't see myself shaving anytime soon. Even though it does get in the way from time to time. It's like
when does it the most?
Sometimes hitting it gets stuck under my right armpit.
Really? Yeah.
So I gotta do this weird move. Get
out of here!
I swear.
I believe him. Yeah.
That's like sometimes when your belt loop gets stuck on a cabinet knot, and you're like, how did that happen? Yeah,
Or the door handles that are like a lever. Okay,
I hate them.
Have you ever gotten your pocket caught on one of those things?
Oh,
Dear God!
I have them all over my house. It's like a cursing frenzy. When that
But you
happens.
wouldn't
gotta have backup shorts ready to go or something.
Yeah.
Or pants.
You wouldn't be able to do it if you tried, but if you're just walking by, it happens. Hey, what time do you guys have to be here? I mean, what time are you required to absolutely be at the clubhouse on like a game day?
On a
here
game day,
here during spring training.
So I think report on the schedule says like 8:30.
Okay.
But guys like to get here like 6:30 to 7:30 just to tub, get treatment, work out and stuff like that before you have to do anything on the field. But
you say tub, is that a cold plunge?
Cold plunge, hot tub, cold tub.
Are you a fan of the cold plunge?
I love it. Yeah. I think it's a good wake up.
Yeah.
Just early mornings. I'm not a big morning guy, so getting in the cold tub and just doing a quick dip in there, it wakes me up pretty quick.
I tried cold plunging earlier this year. It was hard, and I actually had to put booties on the second time I did it, so I could last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Do you put anything on your feet? Or
No.
And how long?
I just let it rip. I usually go 3 hot, 2 cold. So
Is that something for game day?
Oh yeah. Some other type of recovery, but definitely.
Everyone raves about it, and a lot of people who are really people who are athletes, and I respect what they're saying. I have to give it a try because they say it's an exhilarating feeling.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
You think of it like this. Oh,
Stubby's on his way.
You think of it like this. It's like you get here at 6:45, 7:15, whatever. You get straight in the cold tub. Baseball is very, very hard, but I feel like sticking your whole body in the cold tub is like the hardest thing you're going to have to do all day. So if you get that out of the way,
right,
you're
the
good.
rest of the day,
you're coasting.
Sailing. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I love
Even if it's not the hardest, I think I make it seem like it's the hardest because it's 7 o'clock in the morning. You do not want to be in there.
No,
So.
not at all.
It was pretty cold this morning when we
Yeah.
got here. We were complaining for a couple hours.
Yeah, I complain too.
Nice. Well, listen, Brandon, it's season, obviously. We're excited about what you guys are going to bring, and still, I still think of all the years that I've watched this team evolve, you like this group of guys, this particular team seems to have the most charisma, and you seem to gel more than any other team I've seen.
It's a special group, and I know I don't have a ton of experience at this level. I got a little bit, and a lot of the guys in the locker room can speak for this more so than me, but we have such a special group.
Yeah.
Just, from top to bottom, everyone loves each other. I think Casty said to me today, actually, I can't say that.
Yes.
And partially just because I forgot a little bit of it. It was basically just one goes down, we all go down together, for lack of better terms.
Yeah. I think you guys will be like a reunion team.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys will get back together.
That's what it feels like every time in spring when we come back.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But yeah, thank you guys for having me. This is awesome again.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Thank you. Brandon Marsh, guys.
Should we do a group photo with him?
Yeah, we're
on the air.
Can we do a picture with you? It's since we're not taking any breaks right now, we have to do this live on the air. Yeah, if you come around this side.
All right, then we'll get Stubbs in the chair.
Yes. And he asked that Brandon be moved along. Okay. No, I'm kidding. All right, so here we go. We're doing a photo real quick. Fabulous. Thanks. All right. Oh, yeah, he's got a sign case. He's got to get the ball signed. That's for who case?
That's for my brother's mother-in-law, Mimi.
Your brother's mother-in-law,
Yeah.
Mimi. Excellent.
Dude, you were the man.
Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it, man. Yep. All right. Up next, We got them moving through here. It's been awesome.
Conga line of superstars.
All right, so a make good for last year. We were supposed to have him in the seat, and something came up, but we're stoked to have this now, ladies and gentlemen. Garrett Stubbs is here.
I got to move this mic down. I'm shorter than pretty much everybody.
Well, we've slowly been going down because we had Jordan Romano on first.
Good start.
And then, so slowly we're coming down inchwise on the way. He was a super nice guy, man.
Yeah, full of maple syrup.
Totally.
Is
All
that
the way
the
to the top.
secret? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Yeah.
Doing great.
When'd
Yeah,
you get down
happy to be
here?
back.
Been here for...
well, just as long as anybody. Pitchers and catchers report, I think, was February 11th or 10th
February
or something.
11th. Wow.
Yeah, so we've been here for a minute, ready to get going.
So by the time it's over, are you ready to go?
I think everyone's ready to go by the time they get here day one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
We get here day one, and obviously you got some things that you got to handle to make sure your body's right. That's why we're here. But, yeah, day one, everyone's ready to get a real game under their belts. The anticipation gets to be a little bit even more now coming these last 2 weeks before season starts.
When you talk about the real game, and we just had this discussion about the importance of these games and the importance of, one thing during a game. And people look at the results, but the thing that always looms in the back of my mind, and it does happen, we were just talking about it earlier, the potential for injury. So you want to work on things, but you don't want to overwork. And how do you psychologically, when you take the field, run those two tabs at the same time?
Yeah, spring training is about getting your body ready. Obviously, everyone wants to perform at any time that they're on the field. But, the performance part of it is just one little piece that mainly that gets your confidence up. You start performing well, that gets your confidence up. I watched Brian McCann one year go like 0 for 27 or something like that. And then had a great year after.
Yeah,
that,
that's wild. That's amazing.
It goes both ways. But, yeah, spring training is to get your body ready for the season. You got to make sure you get your feet underneath you and no injuries happen.
Right.
I want to ask about getting your body ready because I just started taking yoga this year, and one of the poses is basically.
I got to see a move.
Well, one of the poses is basically a catcher stance.
Yeah.
Do you do yoga? And like how, because it hurts. It hurts like bending your
The
knees.
yogi squat.
Yeah, the yogi squat.
I used to.
Okay.
I'm a pretty mobile person.
Okay.
So I stopped doing yoga. I started going to Pilates a little bit more.
Pilates?
Okay.
Getting the stability stuff going. Plus my wife likes it. So we go in there to those classes, and I like it.
Yeah.
I used to love yoga from not just the physical side of it, but going in there and mentally just kind of decompressing a little bit.
Yeah.
Is nice. So I'm glad to see you. I got to see you in some tights and a yoga,
Yeah.
getting sweaty in a hot yoga room.
What I found is I like to wear loose clothing, and it's not always
No,
great.
that's
No,
not good.
No.
my shirt's coming over my
Gets
face and
real
everything.
soggy
And
quick.
The other ladies make fun of you.
Yeah, nobody makes fun, but no, I have pretty good balance on my right foot, not as good on my left foot. But
Okay,
We all know why men actually go to yoga classes.
All right, have you farted in class? Because yoga lends to that.
the lady next to me, the first class, I swear to God, she
no.
ripped 3 of them.
Oh, no.
Yes, yeah.
I would have left.
And
I would have left by then.
No, listen, you know me and farts.
A little
you're proud of
happy
them.
baby. Air started to.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
I love the happy baby. And
Yeah,
you
you
always
do.
do that towards the end. You're like,
What is
I always-
what is
I
what is
always-
happy
You,
baby?
you lay on your back and essentially you grab your feet and your legs. It's
Steve, like a
that's-
baby, would grab it
Oh,
while
I
he's laying
see.
on his back.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
always think what the instructor's viewpoint is
Yeah.
at that. at
Not
that time
not
in
great.
class.
The class is almost over too. That's why you like it. You're like, all right, happy baby class is over. I can leave. Thank you.
It's like a sea of taints.
Sea of Taints is a great band, by the way.
yeah.
Garrett, I follow you on Instagram. I follow your wife on Instagram, and that wedding that you guys had, it was Cabo, yeah?
Yeah, Cabo.
Unbelievably beautiful, and it also seemed like it lasted like a month. How long were you guys down there?
we were down there for 2 weeks.
Okay.
We were down there for a week for the actual wedding part of it, destination wedding. We had 4 different events, and we got down there 2 or 3 days before the events actually started to get a little acclimated or just get the drinks flowing early.
Party.
Yeah.
And then we went to Tulum and Playa del Carmen after that for our honeymoon.
Wow.
It was an incredible couple weeks. Family, friends. It was a hell of a party.
It was really cool to see you guys sharing each other's photos and your now wife just doing an awesome job at talking about how beautiful the place was. It was. Look, I don't really know you. I certainly don't know your wife at all, but it was a lot of fun to follow along, and I mean that in the least creepy way possible.
Dude, we put it out. I mean, we've been talking to people around too that have come up and like, oh my God, we saw your wedding. I was like, dude, it was the best party that I've ever been a part of. It was fun. We keep making the joke that we're gonna have an anniversary party and have everyone back down and just do it all over
Dude,
again.
destination weddings are the best.
The best.
Yeah.
So fun.
Any teammates make it down for
Yeah,
the event?
Cassie was down there.
Okay.
Hoffman was down there, and then some of my old teammates, Matt Chapman, well, not teammates, but Matt Chapman and some other guys around the league came down and spent the week down there. But when guys have families, it's tough to get down there and have the kids. We had a no-kids wedding, too.
Yeah.
I don't know how other people feel about that, but when there's kids running around during ceremony and also during reception when
party.
we're doing some
questionable
some
things.
not such good things.
It's adult time.
When the swapping starts, you can't have that.
Can't have that. Can't have that.
No, I'm all for the no kid wedding.
Yeah.
If you want to do it, it's your party.
Yeah.
man.
Did you program your own wedding music?
It's funny enough, I did.
Yeah?
Yeah,
The dinner part or the party part or both?
Both. Our grand opening, you have, or what is it? Yeah, your when you come
Your
into the
entrance.
reception,
Yeah,
grand
yeah,
entrance.
yeah.
Yeah, grand entrance. I curated with the Armentani brothers our own grand entrance
Nice.
song. It was pretty awesome.
What song was it?
It was a mix of, it started out with a Toy Story, You Got a
I love
Friend.
that.
in
Randy
Me.
Newman.
Yeah, it was sick. Started out with that and then went into some Jimmy Cooks, went into some Levels by Avicii.
Wow.
And then Big Rings.
Yeah.
And it was like a whole mix of those songs.
I did the same thing for my wedding. I did, when they announced the bridal party, and then they announced the husband and wife,
Yeah.
and then I did all of that, and then I did all of our dinner music. But when it came to the party, I let the DJ do that. But,
We had the DJ do his own thing also, but I had a lot of influence.
Well,
I had a vision of how it was going to go.
What did you insist not be played?
I don't have too many I like so many different variations of music. But we didn't want to go the traditional Lil Jon and Cupid Shuffle. So we did have some of those that were all right, the typical wedding songs kind of ditch those.
Right.
But we had anything from Bohemian Rhapsody at the end.
Was there an electric slide?
Drake. Yeah, no, we didn't see we kept those ones out of there.
Yeah.
All right,
and kept it
so-
more of the house. We had a lot of rock in there too, because singing along with that, we had country in there. So yeah, it was a roller coaster ride of
When you
music.
did the grand entrance, was there any choreography?
No
Okay, none
no
of that.
set choreography.
Okay.
There was plenty of very odd dancing going on, and it's the beginning of the night, so there's no alcohol involved yet.
Right. And
So
you're
everyone's-
more self-aware.
Everyone's a little stiff
Yeah.
when they're making those moves. So during our ceremony, though, we did have a moment where we said our vows, and we had shots passed out to everybody, tequila shots passed out to everybody.
During
So
the vows.
during the ceremony,
Yeah.
right
That's
after
great.
the vows, our rabbi quotes. This is one of my best friends who we had as our rabbi. He said his piece, we said our vows, and then at the end of the vows, we all took a shot of tequila.
That is very cool.
Nice.
It's been 2 or 3 seasons now since you hooked up with the Armentani brothers because you were doing stuff in the clubhouse. How did that start? Was that through Instagram? Was that just through Philly?
Yeah, it started on Instagram. They reached out to me, I want to say, 3 years ago, right when we got to Philly. Reese Hoskins knew them a little bit. And they were just fans. They were just good guys, loved being around Philly, loved the Phillies, loved the Birds.
That's so cool.
And they didn't ask anything of me.
Yeah.
They were just being cool guys. And I listened to some of their music. It was really good. And I asked them if they wanted to put something together for the Phils. And, they jumped at it with no questions asked. And
I think we're
That's
kindred spirits. What I do for this show is set the mood with music, for certain segments and stuff like that. And then I became friendly with a guy. His name is Jake. He does music and stuff for Fox Sports. So when you hear a song going into commercial and stuff like that, he's the guy who picks those songs. And I don't. That's just kind of how my mind works. I'm like, I would love to be the guy who does all the music at Citizens Bank Park or at Lincoln Financial Field. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the creativity part of it gets tough because you want to keep it fresh and new. Obviously, Dancing on My Own has been around for a couple years now, but you want to bring in some fresh feels.
You got
to
something?
the next season.
You got something for 25?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to reveal it now, or do you want to sit on it for a bit?
We can sit on it.
Okay.
I think we're going. I'll say that I think that we're going back to more of a grungier rock vibe with some newer age. Like there's some house involved in it, but going back to some of the more classic rock pieces that give that more like
now my mind is reeling.
Vibe.
Yeah.
Well, you know who you're talking to. I mean, this rock station's been in Philly for 58, 59 years. So if you need any CDs, we have a lot.
Or
do
vinyl.
CDs, I wonder if we still have a CD player in the locker room somewhere.
In the locker room?
Yeah.
By the way, a great follow on Instagram, Garrett. You did a thing, I don't remember if it was still in the season or not, but you were just walking around Rittenhouse Square. I think it was La Colombe Coffee.
Yeah.
And it was funny for me because, you're on the Philadelphia Phillies. You're a really recognizable guy. But even in Philly, there were people who had no idea who you were.
No idea.
And you
I love it.
with
It's fun. It's fun. Yeah. I enjoy that piece of it. I don't see myself as any star or anything. But walking around Rittenhouse and when people do recognize me, it is pretty funny. And then also when people don't and I'm handing out coffee, they're like, why is this dick just out here handing out coffee to everybody? Like, who does this guy think he is?
Right.
Yeah.
It is fun doing that kind of stuff. And I like being out in the city. I love downtown Rittenhouse area.
It's
I've
great.
lived there for the last 3 years, and it's just a great vibe. Restaurants are incredible, too.
Do you ever get confused for anybody while you're out and about? They kind of know you, but they're trying.
Average Jewish white guy. Yeah.
Wait, aren't you the average Jewish white guy?
Exactly. That's my look walking around Philly. Not much to it. 5'10", maybe a little shorter, but we're going to go with 5'10".
You're an average Jewish white guy.
Pretty average Jewish white guy walking around Philadelphia.
We got a little more insight into what it's like for the pitchers here. As your part as a catcher, what's your goal and how are you helping them get ready?
Yeah, being a catcher is a pretty unique perspective. It's funny, I talk to the pitchers, they're like, I haven't seen the position players in 2 weeks. And then you talk to the position players, like, I haven't hung out with any of the pitchers in like 2 weeks. And I get to do both, right? And for the pitcher side of it is really nice working with Caleb Botham. He's an incredibly smart guy, always looking for new innovative ways to help the pitching staff. And I think that him and I both work well together, including JT and now Mark Lowy, of just finding new ways to get each pitcher for whatever it is that they're best at and capitalizing on that and then adding some sort of new pitch or delivery or whatever it may be to just make sure that they're maximizing whatever it is that they're good at. And I think that we have a very good dynamic that goes on and new innovative ways that each of us thinks, and then we collaborate together and try to just push that person to either think outside the box or just make sure that they're honing in on whatever it is their strengths are.
As a kid, catcher was my favorite position. I think it was mainly because of the equipment. As a kid, I just saw that it's cool.
Yeah, wear it in July. In Philly
right, yeah. See how fun that is.
Think differently.
But now, as I've gotten older and watched the game and learned more about it, I also think that the catcher has this role that is so important because of your communication with the pitcher, but also the chatter that may happen at the plate with the opposing player and so on. And how much of a skill is that a learned skill from other catchers, or do you just figure that out as you go along?
Which part?
The chatter, all that takes place.
So I love the pitch clock. I think it's great for the sport. I think the pace of the game is so much better. It's also better on everyone's body, but I think a lot of new viewers are able to watch and engage in the game because of the pace of the game now. So I think that's great. One thing that the pitch clock has taken out is that fun feel in the box when a guy walks up. Maybe you've played with them before, or maybe it's the first time. Like when I remember when Albert Pujols walked to the plate the first time when I was playing, and I was like, holy shit, it's Albert Pujols. And it was like kind of a little kid moment. And I don't like to have moments like that on the field necessarily, because I want to beat whoever the hell we're playing at all times. But that was my first year in the league, and Albert Pujols walked in the plate, and I'm like, oh my God, it's Albert Pujols. And you get to have those moments. And I think that the pitch clock's taken away those moments, because you got 30 seconds or whatever, and if you're having a chat with the guy at the plate, it's time to call the pitch. You can't really have those moments.
What about the signaling and that being gone? Do you miss a little bit of that?
I don't. Because, so my first start, or one of my first starts, maybe it was my second or third, was with Garrett Cole. And he had 9 different sets of signs.
Wow. Oh, my God.
And I'm a brand new guy to the league.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to, one, mess up the scouting report, get these guys out, and then on top of that, I've got to remember all 9 different sets of signs that we're going to use that day. He's going to change them at some point. I'm going to have to change them at some point. And so my mind was going a million miles a minute. Now with the pitch calm, you can just press a button and there's the pitch, and you don't have to worry about it.
At some point, you get so frustrated that you go, "What? Are you a fastball? Is that what?"
Trust,
is it,
yeah. And with a guy like Garrett, you can't have that moment where you're like, "What was?" He's like, "Are you serious?" And I'm a rookie, so you better be dialed in.
You're gonna get crucified.
It's not 100% of the time where the pitcher's calling the pitch. How often do you get to call it, or does the manager ever jump in and say?
Yeah, the bench never is jumping in and having any piece in that, but. I would say we're calling 90, if not 100% of the pitches. At least we're calling the pitch every time to them, and then they'll have an opinion and shake or whatnot, and we'll move on to another pitch.
So back when I was an all-star catcher for Folsom Baseball in 1989.
Little League.
Little League.
Stud.
It was not Little League. This was travel ball.
Oh,
Kathy.
my bad. Oh,
I could
travel.
throw you out from my knees,
Oh, no.
Kath.
Sorry.
The coaches.
No, it's serious stuff, okay?
Yeah. But dude, every now and again, I throw the ball back to the pitcher and miss him by 5, yards, and the coach would look at me. He'd just be like, "Just give me this." I'm like, "I didn't mean to do that." When was the last time you actually?
I did it in the bullpen the other day. I haven't done it on. Knock on wood. I'll throw this out there now.
You just jinxed it.
Yeah. But I haven't done that on a field. I don't think ever. But I did it the other day in the bullpen because I was messing around. I just flicked one and I actually smoked Tyler Phillips right in the pits. Yeah. He was standing behind Nola while he was getting ready. It was funny.
I love his glove. Did you guys see Tyler Phillips' glove?
No.
Oh, he got a new one.
Philly.
With JT Realmuto talking not that long ago about he goes to the mound. He doesn't really have much to say to Zach because Zach's not going to listen anyway.
No.
And if the manager comes out or the pitching coach comes out, they're not – whatever they say, Zach's not.
I mean, when Wheels is on the mound, if you're going to go out there and take a visit, it's just to take a breath. There's nothing – that guy's been around the league for – I don't know, what is it, 12 years?
Long time.
I don't know what the exact number is, but a long time. He knows what he's doing out there. He doesn't need anybody else.
Walking out there, is it death?
If I'm walking out there, it's usually, with JT, same with Koth. You don't go out there just because you want to go and have a chat with Zach Wheeler during the middle. It's usually because innings gone a certain direction, or it's like, hey, just giving you a breath, and he might tell you, "Fuck off, get behind the home."
We're gonna have to dump that.
Or you stand out there.
I know you're here to do a job, but all this other stuff, sitting here with us, is it just part of it, or? Me in
get
particular.
Out of my face. No, hey, look, this is the stuff for me, and that's a city that is actually engaged in their sports. Yeah. You don't get that everywhere else, for better or worse, right? Mm-hmm. Philly gets the bad rap, but when you are in the city and a part of one of these teams, you feel not necessarily the pressure of it, but you feel the love that you get from this city when you are playing well, and when you are maybe not even playing well, but they can see how the Eagles are every single day, and the Flyers, and so on and so forth. But you feel that love from the city.
That's everything.
And this stuff right here, and them getting an inside kind of feel for who we are as people, not just the players out on the field. I think, one, they love that. Us as a team love to show people that. I think people have seen that at least the last 3 years. That's the only time that I've been here. I don't know what it was like before that. But them getting an inside look at the locker room and who we are as people, I think only brings this city even closer together, from a city that already really gives a shit about each one of these teams.
This place has been a lot more fun since you got here. I will tell you that much.
I
I will
appreciate
tell you
that.
much.
I've had a lot of fun too. So
Nice,
it's been
man.
incredible.
Are you playing today or?
I'm not. I'm in there tomorrow.
Okay.
The night game in. I was going to say in New York.
Right.
In Tampa.
Against Tampa,
against
yeah.
New York.
Yeah,
Nick's
we're
gonna be
some
there.
of us are going. I think I'm going to go to the
Are you
game.
going there? You
Yeah.
guys going to go to Mons Venus afterwards or no?
I don't think so, but it is
Okay.
interesting that that's where the Rays are playing this season.
Yeah, it might be an upgrade.
Tropicana Field.
Yeah. So it's Steinbrenner is actually it's one of the better spring training facilities out there. It's a really cool spot. I don't know what their home side looks like. Probably pretty sweet, but it is a cool stadium. You know, it's the replica of, I think, the Polo Grounds or the old Yankee Stadium.
Yes, yeah. Cool.
I think it's the old Yankee Stadium because it's got a trellis up there up top. So it's a cool spot.
Looking forward to it. Excellent. Listen, man, great to catch up with you. Thanks for coming by here. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
We appreciate you guys.
You got
Thanks
it.
for having me on.
Garrett Stubbs, guys, from your Phils. Man, that was quite enjoyable. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got more from Clearwater, spring training, the Preston and Steve Show on the road, and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. at Baker Park. Yeah, broadcasting live. The last hour.
Personality, right?
Yes.
Stubbsy, like, literally break.
Chatted with
was
us.
hanging with us and chatting with us and sharing pictures.
So we'll dive into more of this. Let's look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on?
The Schuylkill Expressway eastbound.
I'll tell you what's going on.
I had nothing in my mouth at that point. Now I do.
202.
But earlier.
Stop talking. It's my turn. 202 into Belmont. You're then jammed from the Boulevard to the Vine, westbound Heavy Vera Avenue to the Vine, and then from Lincoln Drive out to Gladwin, some volume at the Schuylkill Express, or at the Conshohocken Curve as well.
More about that war in the Middle East in a second. Just let me finish my ribs.
95 southbound slowing from Bridge Street into the Vine, northbound from Market Street to 320. Delays on the Boulevard, northbound at Wissahickon Avenue. That is because accident. And then we are jammed on 295 northbound 47 to 42, southbound side from Warwick Road to Route 30. This traffic report brought to you by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers. Now through March 31st, take advantage of no payments for 3 months on 20 through 2023 BMW certified models. See details and search inventory at bmwcenters.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I think Garrett Stubbs has rivaled Kate Flannery for a number of curses.
Yeah.
No. Dropped an F-bomb, dropped a couple S-bombs.
Yeah, great guy.
And so we may go to the Stubbs switch.
Or the Flannery Stubbs switch.
Yeah. No, that was great catching up with him. We haven't talked to him in a little while. And that was the first time having him here at spring training live. And yeah, he's just a great guy, man.
You were observing, for anybody who's sort of about the temperature down here.
Yep.
It is erratic, to say.
Coming up, this is it. We're going to warm up. It's going to be great. Well, now the wind is kicked up, and it's chilly out here, man. We got full sunshine.
I had sweatpants, sweatshirt, and I do have shorts with me as well.
Socks.
And my dirty socks. I'm so mad at myself. I just grabbed socks, and I thought they were the clean ones, but I gave them. And I was going to offer them to Kathy because her Tootsies are cold.
My Tootsies were cold.
And she's like, "Are they clean?" I'm like, and I was like, "Oh, man."
But you're in sandals. Why'd you bring socks with you? You're going to do socks?
If it was that cold,
wow,
I would have done that because,
tomorrow morning because
Yeah.
it was cold today.
Yeah. Let's see. So we are final guest of the day, and then when that's done, when we're done with the program, I mean they're going to be opening up the ballpark, and we get underway today, playing the Braves, and they play the Yankees tomorrow.
You've mentioned it, and we're talking about the Braves and if they're the most hated team or whatever. But you observed a while ago, and it was the case for the longest time when in the early days of cable TV and superstations and TBS. They were kind of made the de facto secondary team for a lot of people because those games were carried across the country.
Yeah, them and the Cubs, Chicago would beam those games to areas that you normally wouldn't get. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting.
Not anymore.
Time to chat about things other than baseball. Casey returned from Italy. Yesterday. Overall, your impressions of the country?
I enjoyed it. It was, definitely of what Italy is all about, and I was really only in one area of the country. I was in northern Italy. I landed in Milan, and I took a train from Milan to Verona, something like that, and I settled in Verona from what time did I get there? I can't even. What day of the week is it right now, guys?
Thursday.
Okay. So I was basically there Saturday and Sunday and Monday, and then we ended up over in Padua, and I think it's Padua, and maybe the English is Padova. Excited to eat the food. Aside from stuff, I thought the food was just okay. Gelato was really good.
Did you think it I was kind of shocked when you said this.
Yeah, they like their pasta al dente.
That's
right?
his main
just all
complaint.
You didn't like? But did you like the taste of the sauce? Did you eat their pizza?
Yeah, so the pizza I thought was really, really good, but not for nothing, man. The pizza scene in Philadelphia is damn good, man.
Well, it's also it's Americans.
That's the thing. It's not
pizza.
Yeah, like the pizza over there is different.
How was the lo mein?
I didn't try the lo mein. But believe it or not, I did want to try, and I talked just to see if it said Royale with cheese.
And did they?
I did. I never made it to a McDonald's. I never made it to one.
Did you see any?
I did. There was one that was just a few blocks from our hotel, but it's a first world country, right? But it just has I don't know, it's got these weird vibes to it. Like the toilets flush differently. You know, they don't have they're like buttons that you push.
Yeah.
Kat, the toilet in our first hotel room, I stood and looked at this thing. I'm like, where do I flush? I didn't even know where I flushed it.
That was the coffee maker.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
Was there a bidet beside it?
Yes, and I bidet for the first time in my life.
I
Kathy.
bidet.
I bidet.
What did you think?
I liked it.
Isn't it great?
Yes.
And you can listen. It's no Robert Kebab, but I'll tell you this: if you get that little I swear to God, I love this little $40 Amazon attachment to my toilet. It is a bidet, and once you bidet, you don't go bidet.
But I will say the
all bidet and all bidet.
The little installations that you put on your toilet here are different than what you know. It's obviously the same concept, Steve. But,
the bidet, they're much more powerful over there, are they not?
It's just you know what? It's not that it's powerful. It's almost like a larger soft flow.
It's a larger stream.
Yeah.
Right.
It's meant to dislodge your eggs.
Yeah. It didn't. I didn't think it was. I didn't think that the pressure was too bad.
Right.
I will say though, I was unprepared. So I bidet, and then I was like, I have to dry off, and I don't have the right stuff to dry off, so I'm drying off with toilet paper. By the way, the toilet paper there's a little bit different, and the tissues and napkins.
Yeah.
But so
they usually leave like a towel next to it.
There was no towel there or anything like that. So Steve, when you bidet, do you use a towel afterwards?
What I do is I use toilet paper just a little bit, but very little because you're just basically drying off with it.
Yeah. So, but it was a really neat experience, and I was glad that I got to be there with my son. My son actually
how did they finish off?
He acknowledged my existence while we were there, which was really, really nice because it was a lot different when we did this rugby tour in South Carolina last year. Like I was basically
left alone.
I was a ghost until he needed money. You know what I mean?
They were playing on Wednesday when last we talked.
Yeah,
and they were playing a more formidable team. They
did well. So apparently, the messages that I got from the coaches and parents was that it was a more formidable team. It was a rough match the entire time. St. Joe's Prep ended up winning. They won 15-8.
Wow!
My son was the one who ended the game. So it's weird. Like I'm still learning about the sport, and I really do like the sport of rugby, and I'm getting to know it a lot better now. But so the game's over, right, Steve? So let's say they play for an hour, 2 30-minute halves, right? And the game's over in an hour. But the play still goes on until there's a change of possession. And then once there's a change of possession, it's important for the team that possesses the ball, especially if they're winning, to kick the ball out of bounds. So my son was the one who did that, and he was the one who sealed the victory yesterday against this other team. Yeah, so and Prep Rugby is a nationally recognized team. And they're really, really good. And, last year they played in the national championship tournament in Indiana, and I think they're going to be invited, hopefully, to play again this May. But American rugby is not as good as European rugby. So the fact that they won that game yesterday was pretty good. And then they do have one more match. I don't know if that's today or tomorrow.
Now, having traveled with you before many times throughout the years, one thing I know that you like to do is when you go to places you haven't been to before, you like to talk to local people and spend some time learning about the area.
Yeah.
You just shook your head. You didn't do that?
I didn't. The language barrier, man.
But
yeah.
I would have thought for sure you found an Italian person who spoke some English and, kind of try to figure out who they were.
It's funny you say that because I was saying when I was at that club, Imola in Italy, the first match that they had on what was it, Sunday, I guess. I was disappointed that I didn't interact with the other parents at all, really. You know what I mean? And it was
The other team, you mean?
well, the other so that was the cool part is these kids, they go out and they battle for an hour and a half together, and then they all it's what do they call that, hospitality, right? So when you're the home team, and then we do this stateside as well, when a team comes and plays at your field, you provide them with food afterwards, right? So they all come over to our side of the where our bench is, and we have hoagies or whatever.
They kill each other on the field, and then they go, "Here, want a hoagie?"
Yeah, and that's how they do it. I know at the collegiate level, like what they'll do is they'll kick the crap out of each other for an hour, and then they go out drinking. That's where like shoot the boot and all that sort of stuff that comes from, drinking beer out of a boot. But like it was so neat, and I have some really great pictures of our players sitting down and getting to know each other, and we brought not jerseys but shirts for them, and they gave us gifts and stuff like that. So like there is this real cool respect that all the players and coaches have for one another, and I really dug that. But Press, I didn't interact with the parents, and I was upset with myself for not doing it. But I also I was part of a couple of different conversations, but I really thought I would try and connect like that, and I just didn't, and I don't know why.
So in general, though, the trip good, Italy good, you want to get back to it?
Yeah.
You didn't get to go skiing as you'd hoped to do.
No, and you know what, man?
But you never went full-blown sick, right?
Well, yesterday I was not. Yesterday and the day before, I wasn't doing all that hot. Yesterday, when I got off the plane, I couldn't hear out of my right ear.
Okay.
I just couldn't hear, and it was so weird. We all had last night
all day,
and I was like, "Am I yelling?" Like, because I couldn't tell if I.
Yes, you are.
I was yelling.
No,
oh.
I was kidding.
But I couldn't. Like, it was basically. It felt like somebody had like their finger stuck in my ear, and
probably Kathy.
It was probably Kathy. But
like, look, this idiot doesn't know my fingers in his ear.
But here's
stupid.
Listen, there were I don't know, like 45 siblings and stuff, and so the logistics of getting all of them, and then to different spots, and like the logistics are really hard. So so I'm going to say some stuff, but there's no judgment here. But when we left Verona and ended up in Padova, and we all get to this hotel, it was, I'm telling you, like straight out of the thing.
Use pictures.
And do that justice.
No, and I thought I knew that because pictures always make it look a little bit better.
Yeah,
and it looked like a.
Get to the hotel, and again now. So there's a little bit of a line to check in. I'm like, I gotta go find a bathroom, right? So I'm walking around this hotel lobby, this labyrinth of a hotel. This one area, it was a combination of The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, all right? Because I'm like, what the freak am I looking at? Like, it was just this dark alley, and I go and open this door, and there was just all this. Like, I don't know if it was trash, but I was like, I gotta get out of here, right? And then I turn and I look down the alley, and I see a body. Steve, I
saw this dead body standing
You
there.
saw a figure.
Yeah.
A figure.
Thank you.
Hang on, Steve. There was one scary movie where I'm thinking One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but it wasn't that. Give me a scary movie that is in.
I'm thinking of The Body in the Italian Alley.
Yeah, and that's what. Well, either way, I was like, I got to get the heck out of here. So I beelined it out of there. Now I haven't even seen my room at this point, Steve, and I'm already like freaked out. So we get into our room.
By the way, with the picture you showed us, the carpet was all worn.
Mm-hmm.
Like
worn and ripped.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
And-
what got me was the bedspread on the two single beds in
All right,
your room.
so we get to our room. It actually had a physical key,
Yeah.
which I was like, I don't know, these things work. We get into the room. It was charming looking. It was old and rustic or whatever. We would go out to the balcony, and all of the balconies are basically connected to one another with just like one little bar that kind of separates it. You can either walk over or climb underneath.
Easy to rob the room next door.
The windows barely locked,
Right.
right? So I and it was a furnace in there. They had like furnaces in like every single room. It was so hot in there. So we opened up the windows, and then I'm just like laying there, just trying to like relax, because we were gonna go out to dinner, and you just hear like it was just this ominous like. that you heard from the outside,
Right.
and it never stopped. It was just.
Did you determine what it was?
No, I didn't want to go investigate. I was too
Was it
scared.
the dead body making noise?
Dude, so, and then...
Where are the kids?
Just a dead body.
Where are the kids? Did they also stay at this hotel?
We all stayed at the same hotel. The kids all bunked together, so it was like 3 or 4 per room. And
Did they care?
I
No,
don't
they're
think
not gonna
so.
care.
No.
I don't think so.
It's an adventure.
Some people... Nope, and they went and left and went to another
that's-
hotel.
So when you sent those pictures, I was like, I'm going to be angry. Walked in, listen, and I just walked in, seen that, and going, no, there's got to be another hotel down the street. I'm going to check.
We got there
Ask
like
the body in the alley.
we got there, I don't know, like 5 or 6 o'clock at night or whatever, and I was leaving at 4 o'clock in the morning, so it was pointless for me to try and go find. And then we also had to do the parent-player dinner that night. So
Was it in the ballroom of this hotel?
No. So then, player dinner where, the night or two before, the parents will draft players, and the rule is you can't take your own kid out to dinner, right? So you have to, pick other players. So, me and my team of parents, we picked these 3 players to come out to dinner with us, and other players and parents were there, and it was really, really nice. Back to the hotel, close to 11 o'clock, and I had to get up at 3 to catch a cab to get to the Venice airport. I couldn't fall asleep because when my wife was laying down, the mosquito flew in the into the window,
and then she started going.
No.
Oh no, it's an Italian rage virus.
So she shut the windows, and and I understand why, but
And
then
then it
that
got
made
so
it
hot.
so hot in there. Not only was it hot, but even with the windows shut, I could hear it at the. Yes, it was all muffled out there.
All right, I got one question about all of this. When you left, did you leave your family at that place?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just talked to them. They're all still alive.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, they're all still
You,
alive.
you slipped a couple of bucks to the body in the alley and
Yeah.
said, "Could you look out for my family?"
But my day of travel, and I'll say,
Did you sleep on the flight?
A little bit.
Come on.
So when I left the hotel, it was 11 p.m. East Coast Standard Time.
Right.
When I got here, it was 5:30 the next day. It was a long day of travel because I drove to the Venice airport, and then I flew from Venice to Frankfurt. I had a 2-3 hour layover in Frankfurt, and then
Was that the longest you've ever flown?
Then flew. I was really proud of myself because I actually didn't ever get up out of my seat for 7.5 hours. I staying in one spot for that much time.
Wow.
Yeah.
A big boy.
I was like a big boy. Yeah.
Do you guys know Steve raw dogged it on the way here?
I did.
Did
I
you?
raw dog-
The seat in front of us.
Yeah, just basically what I did.
For 2 hours and 9. He didn't do it on purpose. He
What did I get? Kathy
Middle
talks about
Oh.
she doesn't hate the window. I got the middle seat.
in little
Yeah.
petite thing who could
And
have
I
easily
have
sat
to.
on the inside.
But I can kind of compress my gorilla body up pretty well.
He did.
But I said, listen, I don't want to open up the bag. I don't want to start a move. It's only a 2-hour flight in Preston. You said on the amount of times you've flown down.
That was the shortest
we got
flight I've
quick-
taken from Philly to Tampa, and I've been here 3 times in the last 25, 30 minutes. It was 2 hours and 9 minutes. I timed it.
Okay.
It was great.
Do you have a window seat?
I did, of course.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh,
Team window.
Except we got, not only did I get a window seat,
oh yeah.
it was over the damn wing and I
Over the
couldn't see a
wing.
freaking thing.
Oh, man.
Marissa had a window seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my window seat on the way there, on the way into Italy, I had the wing, and it was a gigantic plane too. So the wing was huge. But at one point, I did get to see the Alps
When the wing fell off.
when the wing fell off. But I didn't care; it was still beautiful.
That was a great picture.
Yeah, but the plane, it was a 242 seats.
Yeah.
So it wasn't super crowded or anything like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
That's
Preston,
cool.
some people were checking in earlier this morning and wanted to know if you had any intent on going back to the hotel that you stayed in last year.
Well, I've been pointing out one of them that we keep driving by the Econo Lodge.
We passed by the first one. We didn't, not Cockroach Central.
I would stay at the Econo Lodge over that one that we stayed in last night.
Well, not the other one, though. The one in St. Pete. There's no way.
I'm going to have to judge.
I don't remember that there was two. Was it the same trip, Preston?
Yeah, it was the same trip.
Yeah,
last night.
Yeah, the first night I stayed at the Econo Lodge and then came. I was going back to visit my my mom and sister in St. Pete, so I wanted to stay a little bit closer to them. And then I stayed in St. Petersburg or in the general St. Pete area. And that was the one with the prostitutes and the.
Which one had the roach?
The second one.
Not one roach, multiple.
Yeah,
on
multiple.
the pillow.
They put on a performance of Death of a Salesman, and all cockroach.
I think they call them palmetto bugs here,
Yeah.
which makes it a little more exotic and,
Yeah,
and
sure.
acceptable. But
Was that the worst hotel you ever stayed at?
Oh yeah,
By far?
yeah, definitely, ever.
You know, remember when we stayed at the George Bernard Shaw?
That was ratty in Ireland.
That was
yeah,
ratty
Dublin.
in Ireland.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
that was. The shower had no shower curtain.
Yep.
Nothing.
It sounds kind of like Casey's experience.
Yeah,
I think anyway.
Yeah.
So.
The worst one I ever stayed in, though, I stayed in many. One of the most bizarre, I told you about this yesterday. We got put up in a hotel sight unseen one time, and I kid you not, we're in a bunk bed.
These beds that we stayed in at the last hotel were tiny. They were like little kids' beds. I mean,
a lot of stuff in Europe is smaller than in the U.S.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I noticed.
I had the only time I ever had a walk in, turn around, walk out. I'm not staying here. Was actually in Kissimmee, Florida, and we walked into the room and it hadn't even been. They checked us in. And it hadn't even been cleaned from the people.
Wow.
So we walked in.
Really?
We were like, what? And they were like, oh, yeah, well, go ahead. You could take your stuff in and then we'll come in. And we were, nope.
Oh,
I turned
no.
around. I was
Yeah.
like, And now we just drove down the street and tried to find something else.
I don't blame you. We're in. I love my room that I got at the Sheraton. Where I didn't get the Kathy Romano suite.
I know, and I didn't get it either.
But
Apparently
I did get
someone else is in
a
it.
great room with a great view, and I'm really satisfied.
It's I like that hotel.
It is a great hotel, and honestly, if you like the Bonvoy program and everything, it's just terrific.
Yep.
I was just happy to be in an American hotel.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And by the way, you guys sent me that picture because I went to Lake Garda, and you guys sent me that picture of a castle, and you were like, "Oh, this is beautiful." And when I saw the picture, I'm like, "I'm standing right at the base of this castle right now."
Yeah, and then you sent that picture of you there. It's amazing, man.
Mhm.
All right, well, listen, you had a successful, cool trip. We're happy you're back. We're glad to be where we are now, which is in Clearwater, if you're just tuning in. We've had a great time talking to players this morning. We have another day of broadcast happening tomorrow. I want to go ahead and take a break because Tom McCarthy is going to be coming along in a little while. And I've told the Phil's team doctor is a big fan. He's right over here.
Oh, very nice.
Wants to say hi and meet us. So
tightness in my shoulder.
let's check on that.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back from Baycare Field or Baycare Ballpark here in Clearwater, and we're getting ready for the game, kicking off 1 o'clock. We'll be back in just a moment on MMR. Stay with us.
crushes tomorrow for Kathy.
Tequila crushes.
And contest based on crushes tomorrow morning.
What?
On crushes.
Well, those will be the prizes.
All right.
For participants.
I could do a crush taste test.
Ooh.
Do
I don't know why I'm setting
do a
myself
flight
up
of them, yeah.
to drink tomorrow
And
morning.
make
but-
sure you come by later so you can see Kathy be taken out on a gurney.
You know why? It's because I was tired yesterday and I didn't have a drink on that boat.
We literally, on the way in here this morning, Steve, saw somebody being pulled out on a gurney.
Yeah, we did.
Really?
Yeah.
Where
yeah.
at?
I don't know, somewhere in Clearwater.
Wow.
We drove right by it. So
Spring break.
it happened.
25.
Spring break, baby.
Spring break.
All right, let's get our final look at traffic. What's going on, Kath?
Schuylkill eastbound, slowing from 202 into Gulf Mills. It's then still jammed from Montgomery to Spring Garden on the westbound side. Looks like you're in pretty good shape right now, west on the Schuylkill. On the Blue Road southbound, that's slow from the Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike. 95 northbound, still slowing from 452 to Curlin Street southbound from Cotman to Bridge. Once you get to the Vine, westbound, that's slow 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway. 322 in Pleasantville, still closed eastbound between Route 9 and Main Street. That was an accident that happened earlier this morning. This traffic report brought to you by Unbound.org. A girl in Kenya dreams of becoming a doctor. An elder in Guatemala dreams of being part of a community. Reach out and change their world, and it will change your own. Unbound.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMR.
Thank you, Kath. So I think we're just gonna get him right into the bizarre file. That's what we're doing now. So Ryan Shuttleworth, hit it for me, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Monster Mania 62, coming March 14th through the 16th at the Doubletree by Hilton in Cherry Hill. And you can meet Gina Davis, Susan Sarandon, Tobin Bell, and more. Tickets are on sale now at monstermania.net. We'll start with this. A Scottish grandmother named Louise Littlejohn got an automated call from an auto garage that almost left her needing to tune up herself. Louise says the voicemail from the garage, which was inviting her to an event at the business, included offensive language and inappropriate content.
Why don't you bring your sweet ass down and have a fun time?
The garage blamed Apple's AI-powered dictation software for the mix-up.
Oh, wow.
But if it was a bug, it was a giant one. The voicemail was almost impossible to understand, but parts that came through were real winners. A transcription of the call read in part, trail of you will be told to see if you have received an invite on your car if you've been able to have sex and not what we should call and just keep trouble with yourself. That'd be interesting, you piece of S. Give me a call.
It sounds like the prep that you read sometimes, Prep.
It's unbelievable.
Louise says she bought
and then it asked if there was some of the improv.
if she's become known as. Louise says that she bought a car from the business years ago. Experts are suggesting everything from the caller's Scottish accent to background noise.
God, the fact that it would include the sexual talk and the S word.
Yeah.
What would compel AI to compose that?
Don't know, man. Do not know. All right, here's a story out of England. A religious TV channel has been fined close to $300,000 for giving UK airtime to an evangelist that was selling miracle spring water. That was,
this stuff again.
My mom probably bought some.
Was claimed to cure illnesses such as lung cancer and diabetes and produce huge financial windfalls.
I got to look into that.
Yeah, Britain's communications regulator, Ofcom, penalized the operator of the Word Network, a religious channel aimed at the Christian community, after an investigation of the program Peter Popoff Ministries. During 2 episodes of the show fronted by the U.S. televangelist Popoff and his wife, viewers were repeatedly asked to order the minister's miracle spring water. Popoff, who has previously been rebuked by UK regulators, made claims about the product's supposed miraculous powers and aired testimonies from members of his congregation as he invited viewers to order it.
So wait a second, it does not cure lung cancer?
It does not as far as I know. Those providing the testimonials claim that pouring the water over their hands brought about recovery from illnesses such as lung cancer, diabetes, and intestinal disease, as well as curing drug addiction.
What would you expect to pay for such an amazing miracle?
Well, others said they subsequently came into large sums of money. One person said they got $64,000.
Wow.
And started a new business opportunity and got a new home, and they were delivered from their student loan debt. spring water.
This must be the commercial template that they use, because I saw this very same commercial, I think was airing on the country music TV channel, CMT,
Okay, yeah.
because I've seen it on there.
I mean, they're
same thing.
They're just robbing you blind. The parent company subsequently said that it had taken the decision to change the contract relating to the Peter Popoff Ministry so that it would no longer air its content in the UK.
They claim your hands wet, though.
Right.
We had, growing up, we had all of this. We had, holy water. We had special water. We had oil. At one point, we all had, from my mother, bags of dirt.
Bags of dirt?
Steve, they were Ziploc bags of dirt.
From where?
Yeah.
Gethsemane?
No, from somewhere, a holy site. I forget where it was, but someone went, my mom's friend or whatever, and I'm not joking you, in my end table at home, I had a Ziploc bag of dirt, and every time something, some sort of allergic reaction I had, my mom would go, get the dirt.
Oh, my God.
Put a little bit of the dirt
Wow.
on it. It will help you.
Kathy.
Really?
And then it would go away, and she'd go, see?
See?
Oh, yeah. Or it just
it
went
ran its course. Now eat your sand.
Kathy, when you walk into a church and they have that little dish of holy water, and we had one of those when you walked into my house. There was a little thing
You had it at your
next
house.
to our front door.
Oh, we never
on the
had
wall. Yeah.
As a kid, one of my favorite things of coming in and out of church was the holy water.
We should get our
crossing
moms,
yourself with the holy water.
our moms together.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Chachi, the Rocket Man Valencia, was expecting an uneventful flight just as he experienced hundreds of times before, but when you're choosing to have yourself shot out of a can in the wind, can have other ideas. And he said afterwards, I know the mistake that we made.
We figured it out.
And it was a judgment call, probably. So the mistake happened at the Riverside County Fair and National Date Festival in Indio, California. Valencia, with the assistance of his wife, was hired for a weekend of performances, just as they've done hundreds of times before. He said, so when I got shot out, the wind completely caught me.
Yeah, hello.
Okay. And the cameras captured what happened next. He was propelled into the air, and a left to right wind carried him off course. He hit the right edge of the net.
Oh, my God.
Tumbled to the pavement, knocked out cold, woke up in an ambulance 20 minutes later. He broke a wrist. He said, I got a few broken bones, and I have a bleeding liver.
Oh.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
And he said, if it wasn't for my wife who was here, I don't know how I could have survived, really. It's just so hard to move around, he said. But
what could have caused this?
He says, this is what happens when you do this for a living. It is, I saw a human cannonball live one time. It was at the circus. And it was pretty damn cool, man.
Yeah, it is always interesting.
Yeah.
The mechanism there, you have to have your body held in the right way because you can die. It can kill you easily.
What do they use? Gunpowder?
Yeah.
But no, I saw they shot that guy across the Wells Fargo Center from one end to the other. It was badass, yeah. All right, a former Border Patrol agent has admitted that he ordered at least 2 female border crossers to show him their boobs. In one case, telling a woman that she wouldn't be able to enter the U.S. until she complied.
Is that part of the thing now?
Shane Milan pleaded guilty to 2 counts of deprivation of rights, admitting that he demanded multiple women lift up their shirts and expose themselves to him as he conducted virtual hearings at the Eagle Pass crossing in Texas.
All right, I'll let the camel toe. Let's see that.
He was based actually in Jefferson County, New York, but conducted interviews via webcam. And during one such interview, Milan told a woman with a 1-year-old child that he needed to see a tattoo on her chest. And when she claimed she didn't have one, he demanded that she lift up her shirt and prove it. And she complied. But later in the interview, he demanded she lift up her shirt again.
Did he ask in an official way?
When she said no, Milan told her that he wouldn't sign off on her paperwork unless she agreed to show him her bare chest again. And when she did, he reportedly told her, okay, welcome to the USA.
Wow.
Yeah. Milan admitted that while acting as a Border Patrol agent, he willfully deprived multiple victims of their constitutional right to be free from unreasonable searches.
Listen, did we take some liberties? Yes.
And he also searched the internet for various Spanish translations, including phrases like, I will need you to lift your shirt and bra also, please.
Oh.
And to verify, I will need you to lift your shirt, please.
And they need the flop.
And he faces up to 2 years in prison and a $200,000 fine for that little stunt he pulled. And that is where we will wrap up the Bizarre File for you this morning. We have yet another guest who is here to chat with us
Yes.
this morning. Happy to have him back as we're headed closer and closer to game time. You know him as play-by-play for the Phils. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom McCarthy
Hey, guys.
is here with us.
I feel like I'm auditioning for American Idol. I'm standing in front of all
panel.
of you, and
We're judging you.
What are you going to sing for
I
us today?
don't really have a singing voice. I don't know.
Ave Maria.
That'd be a tough one at this time in the morning.
Yeah.
You know what I love, Tom, is watching the NFL season and flipping through the channels, and then all of a sudden there's Tom McCarthy
Yeah.
on an NFL game, and it kind of seems like there's, from my perspective, no rhyme or reason to it. And we're here to talk baseball and then a little bit about the Phils. But how does that happen for you? Do you get assigned the games weeks in
I do.
advance?
You know, it's funny. We were just talking about it because Sunday, obviously, is Selection Sunday, and
Yeah.
I'm working for CBS and Turner. So everybody keeps asking where I'm going, and I said, I have no idea. So I won't know until Sunday at some point. I'll probably know when you guys see the teams come up. That's probably when I'll find out. You know, I keep thinking, am I going to Seattle? Am I going to Wichita? I have no
How
idea.
hard is that if you're doing this right now to prepare for that as well?
It's a speedboat race.
Yeah.
Like it is. Like I have Saturday, I have the A10, and I have no idea who's going to be in the semifinals. So I've got charts on 8 teams that I've been doing the last couple of days. But I've done a lot of their games this year, so that's a little easier. But for the NFL, they usually tell us like Monday, 10 days out where we're going. So usually on that Monday, I'll know not the upcoming Sunday, but the following Sunday
Well,
where
you,
I'm going.
you do any kind of broadcasting and any kind of prep. You know, we all do levels of prep. For you, you kind of have to keep a constant state of
No doubt.
prep packets at the ready, right?
It's funny because I haven't done a basketball game because we have because we have a lot of stuff going on here.
Right.
I haven't done a basketball game in about 2 weeks, and I feel lost. I
Yeah.
really do.
Huh.
And I've done a lot of A10 games, so Saturday will be fine. But I truly feel like I'm kind of jonesing to do a game. Even though I've been doing these games.
Uh-huh.
So but it's good. I like the prep. Yesterday I came back in. I went home for a day. Came back in, and I was working all day doing stuff for tomorrow's game here, and because we have that prospect game tomorrow, and getting ready for Saturday's basketball. So I like those kind of days, man. It keeps me rolling.
So you're here tomorrow? Are you going to Tampa tomorrow night as well?
No, I'm not going to Tampa tomorrow night. I'm
Okay.
actually going to D.C. tomorrow night after the game. I'm flying out at like 6:30, and
I've not been to the Tampa Stadium. It's
nice.
Steinbrenner.
Yeah, it's nice.
Preston and I are thinking about going to the game tomorrow night where the Phils are going to play the Yankees. We chatted about this a little bit earlier. The Rays are going to have their entire regular season there.
It's crazy. I mean, if they play it right, I mean, it's going to be home run heaven.
What's
Because
the
ball-
capacity?
I think it's like 10,000.
10,000.
11,000.
That's crazy.
They don't have they don't have the same setup that we do here as far as the berm. They do have some areas like that, but the ball is going to fly out of there in the summer.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely fly.
Is it an upgrade from St. Pete?
I actually like the dome. I mean, for a dome. I mean, it is a dome, but I actually like the dome here. It's just it's somewhat antiquated compared to some of the other new places.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think they're ever going to get anything here. I think they're going to wind up having to move, honestly. I really do.
Really?
Wow. As far as attendance goes.
I just don't think they're going to get the funding to get a new stadium.
What city?
Nashville,
Yeah.
Portland. Portland is, they want it.
Yeah.
Nashville really wants it. They actually unveiled a new logo yesterday for their potential major league team. It's just, the Nashville Sounds is their AAA team, and they unveiled a logo for their hat. It's actually a pretty sharp hat. So
you go around the country in various leagues, and you're like, why doesn't Pittsburgh have a basketball team? Why?
Well, they did the Pisces. Remember the fish that saved Pittsburgh?
That's
Oh my
right.
God,
That's right. Yeah. That horrible movie.
Yeah. But Nashville, yeah. I mean, that
Nashville,
is
yeah.
definitely an up-and-coming
I don't see
area.
Portland.
Mm.
Nashville, I mean, you guys, I mean, it's a great city.
But it's funny, like you watch NHL franchises move. I think Atlanta has lost 2 different franchises.
They have.
Yeah, they lost the Thrashers and the Flames.
And the Flames.
And then I watch 90% of the Phillies games every year, and it just makes me sad when they go and play in Miami because it looks like a cool stadium.
Yeah.
And there's several hundred people in attendance.
It's a shame.
And they don't even have the cool aquarium behind home plate anymore.
No, it's a shame. It's a shame. It is a nice stadium. The roof's always closed, so it's even drearier because there's nobody there. It is a shame. It is a shame.
Sounds depressing.
Yeah. I will tell you that, and these guys, they joke about it all the time. Like my first question when I go into PR, people hate it. The roof is not open. You are as Irish as the day is long. You will
You know, we were talking about calling different sports, and there's something about the pauses in between that I find very soothing. When calling basketball, there's a little bit more of an up,
no doubt,
tempo to it. Is there one that you pull things back to call baseball?
I always say that I prefer baseball because I played it. My oldest son does the Mets games, so he's part of the fabric of it. My other son just retired from playing professional baseball. Growing up all the time. But I will tell you that I love the energy of football. I mean, I
Really?
love the grind of that day is like mentally unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's such a rush.
Would you ever take it out for a spin and try to do an entire football game with a baseball pentameter?
Oh my gosh, that would be hysterical. Like, is this on? Is there?
For baseball, like they've got to be the most exciting.
They are. I mean, and listen, that is part of what is, people talk about, let's say, Vin Scully and Harry Kalas and people like that. Nobody made the bigger call better than Harry. I mean, nobody did. And Vin was that way too, but
Right.
his was more drawn back than Harry's was. And there is nothing better than that.
Did you have a chance to catch? There was a viral video that was going around of international play-by-plays of the pick six in the Super Bowl.
No.
Oh my God!
But I did hear the international play-by-play of our games.
Yeah.
That was over when we were in London.
Yeah.
And that dude was really good.
Okay.
He was
Well,
good.
tomorrow we're having Oscar Budahane on, who does the Spanish.
Yeah.
He's become a friend of ours, and
He's great.
He's got a nice, energetic delivery about him
there's
as
something
well.
about it, man. If you can change the whole tempo of it, with calls on their baseball calls.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the crack of a bat on a home run, the sound of a golf ball going into the cup.
Been that often when I play, so this question, I'm thinking the swish has to be in there. So for me, put together for this one.
Mm-hmm.
When you really hear it, like when Harper gets it or Schwarber gets it, it's unbelievable. Then I go swish, and then I would say the cup. I would say the cup.
Awesome.
Well, I was going to say when somebody really gets laid out, player gets up
as long as he
afterwards.
gets up.
Yeah.
From his trip to Italy, don't worry, Tom, if you don't know what that meant.
It's like a cat.
We never did. Never found
it was just scary, and then
Harry Kalas, and he passed away 16 years ago. I was actually at that game in Washington, and I you can never replace Harry. You can never fill his shoes. But I mean this as the highest compliment. For me, you have.
Well, thank you.
And it's only because, first of all, you're great at what you do. You're a terrific announcer. The team is that you work with, not just the Phillies team, but the broadcast team is great. But when I tune in a Phillies game now, it feels like home again. And
I appreciate that.
Growing up, listening to Harry and Richie and Whitey and or Richie and Whitey were the same guy, but
Andy Musser and Wheels,
Chris Wheeler,
Yep.
that was home for me too. And now you and Croc and
first game.
That's very cool.
Which leads me to my next question.
He's going to be here.
Yeah. So
we did one game together. We've talked a lot. Obviously, we've known each other for a long time. I mean, I remember meeting him when he was 17 when we drafted him. So we've done one session. He's just going to get better, you know, and he wants to do it, and he wants to be around the game, which I think is awesome. I always thought it was awesome when Jimmy was doing games, Rollins, because you need to have a connection. 93. I think it's important to have it.
So to synergize with someone you're in the broadcast booth with, do you go through some exercises? Do you sing "I Got You, Babe"?
Islands in the Stream.
Yeah.
I don't know if Cole would. He probably would like Islands in the Stream.
Islands in the Stream, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but there's an I was going to say unspoken, but it is actually spoken, a synergy that you do have to have, as you were saying, Steve. But as doing color, you've got the brunt of doing the play-by-play, but the color guy's got to feel when it's right to come in.
No doubt.
And that is, you can't, it has to happen organically. You have to a flow about it.
I always feel, particularly on TV, is that I have to adjust to the color guy. I don't want them to adjust to me. I'll figure it out. You know? I will. I'm driving this bus, and wherever you guys go, and I'll make the left when I think I have to make the left, or I'll make the right. I want him to just do it.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, it'll be fine as he does it more. The worst thing I think is if I tell him you should do it this way, you should do it this way.
Wow.
He won't evolve.
And then he's not being himself.
Not
He's
being
being
himself.
what
He's
he
being you.
thinks
Yep.
you want him to be
Exactly.
or whatever. I was going to maybe ask about correct, but you had mentioned Rollins earlier, and he had said something about this team, about the expectations that are ahead of them or whatever, and. I'm just going to misquote it, but he essentially just said, because they felt that same pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, he said, this is what it was. Everybody keeps talking about the 2008 team. And up until 2008, everybody was talking about the 80 team
No
because
doubt.
nobody had won. And he said, you just got to go win it. If you want to stop hearing everybody talk about 2008, then go and win it. How do you feel about
I
those
would agree
words?
with that.
Yeah.
I think the great thing about Bryce is that he is such a thick historian of baseball that he wants that parade. He wants that moment. He wants that singular on the stage Chase Utley moment. He won't curse, but he wants that opportunity.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't see, can smack a grand slam when they need a grand slam or whatever, but I think he'd be happy if anybody else were that guy.
No doubt.
Yeah.
He just wants to be on the float. He wants the parade down Broad Street. He saw what the Eagles did.
Mhm.
I mean, and that I think is lit a fire even more.
Yeah.
This
honestly.
is a good team that we're fielding in Philadelphia. The Braves and the Mets have both upgraded. The contract that happened in New York, I don't even want to say his name because it's kind of offensive. $730 million, is that what he got?
It's in that ballpark. The funny thing is he probably would have gotten more if he stayed with the Yankees.
All right, so in my mind, and I could never be a general manager for about a million reasons, but I think the main one is I don't understand the economics of it. To me, that seems like a waste of money on one player. I'd rather have Bryce Harper and Trey Turner for the same amount that he's going to make in New York. Is that just how contracts are built these days?
I just think that's how contracts are built these days. You do have an owner up there that has an exorbitant amount of money, and just wants to. I think at this point in his life, he's going to leave a lot of money to whoever it is, but he can still spend a lot of money.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun for Phillies fans to hate Juan Soto over the next few years.
Of course it is. The best part is that they hated him when he was with Washington as well, and he did embrace it. I think we felt the same way about Bryce. I always tell people, and I walked away saying, "Dang it!" Yeah. And then somebody said, "What?" I said,
You want to hate him, but you can't.
You can't.
And now Juan
No
Soto
doubt.
can be that villain for his
No
team.
doubt. And I still think, I didn't feel this way last year that we were the team to beat in the division. I felt like we had a chance to win the World Series, and I thought we could because we would match up better in those series.
Yeah.
This year, I do feel like we're the best team. I really do. I think everybody made improvements. The Braves are the Vegas favorite to win the division, and I think that's crazy. But,
Well, the discussion of the maturation of the team and that vibe, that energy, and though you don't say it in a do or die time, this is the time. Everyone's suggesting you got the right people, the right talent, the right camaraderie, the right vibe. And so, I mean, at the beginning of last year, it looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
But, you take what you get. But, I mean, If people lose bets, can they talk to you?
Yeah.
I'll give them a number that they can call.
Nice. All right. Well, Tom, thanks for stopping by. It's
Yeah, my
always great
pleasure.
to see you. Appreciate it, and have a good time with Cole today.
Thank
It's
you,
going to be
guys.
awesome.
Yeah, you
Excellent.
guys have fun when you're down here.
All right. Appreciate you being here. Tom McCarthy, guys.
Yeah, thank you,
All right,
guys.
with that, we are going to take yet another break. We will return in mere moments. We'll give something away with our lesson question, trash music news coming up next on MMR. Stay with us.
93.3 WMMR. Broadcasting live from spring training. Sponsored by PhilliesSportsTrips.com. Now, live from Clearwater, Florida, here's Preston and Steve.
Getting towards the end of our broadcast. We got a few more things to do before we get out of here for the day at Baycare Ballpark, right next to the bullpen and Frenchie's Tiki Bar. And today's been a blast. We had some really, really fun interviews, and we're continuing on with some more stuff until we wrap and then move on to the rest of our escapades here in Florida.
I was just talking to John Brazier, and he was saying how we've really had a conga line of really great conversations with the players. And he says, they love being able to kind of be who they are. The old X and O treatment.
Yeah.
And that's what we kind of like to do.
Well, that's what Stubbs was saying. He's like, with sitting down for interviews like this, people get a feel for who they are as people.
Yeah.
As opposed to just the team members and the positions and so on. So it's really, really cool. All right, we have a couple things to do, including giving away a lesson question. I don't know what the prize is, but we'll figure that out in a moment. And I don't know what the questions are. We'll figure it out.
For you if you want.
And we're going to take them via text. So, Nick, what's the question for today?
When he was in Italy, what kitchen appliance did Casey mistake thinking that it was actually the bidet?
Okay.
When he was visiting in Italy, what kitchen appliance did Casey mistake thinking that actually it was the bidet?
So text your answer. We'll eventually get your name filtered down to us here, and we will set the winner up with a pair of tickets to see Joe Coy and Friends Saturday, October 18th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, by the way, for that at 10 a.m. TheOceanAC.com for complete details. So while we are waiting for your answer, we will do the trash. So here we go.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Casey's got to say, hang on for a second. He doesn't know who our sponsor is.
Well, it says Adam Home Services, but I don't have Adam Home Services.
Huh, okay.
So let's just do this for right now. We'll do Camelback for this.
All right, we'll
and then
make good
Ryan,
on it.
get Adam Home Services, and you're going to have to do that from the studio.
All right, so we'll mention the fact that it's Camelback Mountain. And what was that, a baseball?
I think so.
Wow.
Did a baseball just come flying through?
No, that'd be awesome if it did, though.
Okay.
It did.
Yeah,
Where?
it was.
The baseball, just right through here.
Yeah, it was a baseball. Just came flying through here, Steve.
I thought, okay.
Yeah, that was
He almost
there-
died.
It's batting practice, and they can hit it this far when they're being served up
Oh, I love
softballs.
that, yeah.
All right, so
Oh, everyone pay attention.
yes, please. So Camelback Mountain, you can join Marissa, Casey, and Nick at Camelback Mountain's 20th annual Pond Scam on Saturday, March 22nd. It's going to be the wildest end-of-season party on the slopes. You can go to camelbackresort.com for details. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, rapper DDG claiming his ex Haley Bailey is keeping him from seeing their son Halo. DDG says Haley keeping him from Halo shows she has a resident evil in her soul, but still wage mortal combat on her, spelling her doom. Video games.
Dude.
That's what it's all about.
Wow.
And Martin Kleba, a little person who voices Grumpy in the new Snow White movie, is furious that Disney canceled the gala premiere over comments made by star Rachel Zegler. Kleba says the next time he sees Zegler, he's going to get a stepladder and falcon punch.
Oh, my God.
And finally, tons of special pieces. This is wild, including memorabilia from O.J. Simpson's entire life going up for auction. The collection apparently goes all the way back to O.J.'s first Fisher-Price decapitation knife. Wow. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you. So who do we see about getting a winner? Is that you, Marissa? You're going to give that to me? I'm sorry, I'm at the point where I don't care anymore.
Well, I emailed it to Ryan Shuttleworth, too. So.
All right, so we got it here. We have Brian Seaman from East Norriton. Answer the question correctly. And Nick, the question was again?
When he was in Italy, what kitchen appliance did Casey mistake thinking that it was a bidet? And the answer is...
It is a coffee maker. And so Brian's our winner, and we are going to give him tickets to go see Joe Coy and Friends Saturday, October 18th at Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale, like I said, tomorrow at 10 a.m. You can visit theoceanac.com for the complete details. All right, let's do a little bit of music news, please.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And if this works out properly, we have Ryan Shuttleworth with our sponsor. Ryan, do you have that?
I do indeed. It's brought to you by Adam Mechanical, now Adam Home Services, for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. To celebrate the rebrand, you'll save $50 off your next service. Visit AdamHomeservices.com.
Ryan Shuttleworth, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay!
Back in Philly. All right.
He's a man.
So we're going to start. I have, I think I just have two stories, no, three, actually. So the trailer for the new documentary about John Lennon and Yoko Ono's lives in Greenwich Village in the early 70s called 1-to-1 John and Yoko is now out. The documentary features the 18 months leading up to the couple's 1-to-1 benefit concerts, which were Lennon's first and only post-Beatles concerts. The doc features newly restored footage from their concerts. Holy cannoli, that was a close one.
Thanks.
Casey got it! Casey got it! He got a ball! Where did that?
Right over Kathy's head.
And thank you to, I think it was Matt who yelled heads up. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, keep that up, please. My eyes are on my script here.
Yeah.
These are
Okay.
bold.
No. All right. So the documentary features newly restored footage from their concerts in Madison Square Garden.
One got hit with a long drive.
1-to-1 John and Yoko also features home movies and phone calls, a reconstruction of the couple's apartment, and more. 1-to-1 John and Yoko is going to hit IMAX screens April 11th. So Metallica has always been on the cutting edge of music, and now they're taking that to another level because the band has partnered with Apple to offer fans an immersive concert experience exclusively on the Apple Vision Pro headset. So starting March 14th, tomorrow, users can access high-resolution 180-degree footage and Enter Sandman recorded during the M72 World Tour's final show in Mexico City.
It's wild that they're doing this because it's my understanding that Apple is either going to wildly revise or actually do away with the headset as it is.
Okay. For those without the Apple Vision Pro, Apple stores worldwide will provide demos of the immersive experience. Additionally, an EP titled Metallica Live from Mexico City features tracks from the concert in spatial audio. What is coming?
There's a home run. I believe Alec Boehm is up right now, and Alec is a right.
Oh, but this is coming at us.
This one's coming up.
Almost got into the bullpen.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm literally ducking under the table.
All right. Anyhow, the concert in spatial audio will be available on Apple Music starting March 14th. One last story
before you get.
I know we're trying to hurry up. Billy Corrigan of Smashing Pumpkins getting ready to go full opera, a production titled A Night of Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness at the Lyric Opera of Chicago, commemorating the 30th anniversary of the band's seminal 1995 album Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. The opera is scheduled to premiere on November 21st as part of the Lyric Opera's 2025-26 season. Corrigan says that he's excited about merging the storytelling elements of opera and rock music, aiming to offer both Pumpkins fans and traditional opera audiences a unique experience. And tickets for the opera will be available to the public starting on April 11th. And that's it. That's all I'm going to do.
Run!
Okay, all right, now we'll run. We had two of the closest to being hit home run balls. Bohm is hitting right now?
He was. I think he's not batting anymore.
Okay.
They're just doing batting practice before the game against the Braves.
Yeah.
So if it went right over your head, Kathy.
Yeah.
Didn't even see. Right.
Yeah. All right, so we'll get out of the firing zone and move on to watch.
Preston and Steve on 90.
little chat sesh before we wrap for the day. It's probably be a pretty quick one, but yeah, we want to get out of the blast zone because, okay, here comes one. Hold it. Oh, just short of going over the wall of the bullpen. We're watching batting practice as the Phillies are getting ready to take on the Braves, and we had at least 3 really close calls. Here's another one coming right at us. Oh, man. Dude, they're getting... That one didn't quite make it, but we were just getting peppered with them earlier, so we should probably move along.
I mean, but what you're describing is the awesome experience of coming here when they're doing this stuff. You can't believe how close you are to the players.
Absolutely. We've had a great time, and would like to thank our guests. We started off with Larry Bowa this morning, and Larry is always the best. We had such a great chat with him. And then we met the new closer for the team, Jordan Romano, not Romano, Romano.
They said in the yes, it's Romano.
But you know what? What a super nice guy. I mean, just so personable.
Talking to Mr. Brazier here, John Brazier, and he was saying that he had never really had the chance to learn about him, and that what a good conversationalist he is, and what a great guy.
And then we had Brandon Marsh.
Yes,
Brandon's always great. So we spent a good amount of time chatting with him, getting ready for the season and all. And then not last but not least, from the team though, we had Stubbs on, Garrett Stubbs, always the best. Wonderful to talk to him and catch up. And then we had Tom McCarthy on for a chat there. So we have had a full day of meeting some really cool people and having some great conversations. This was a lot of fun.
And if Brandon Marsh hits 20 home runs this year, my nephew Luke gets a hug.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
About that.
So we're gonna pull for that. We, I believe, back in the studio have one Mr. Pierre Robert in attendance. Hey, man, how you doing?
Good day, Bizballs.
Nice to see you, Bizball.
And it is a fine day to be sports and up.
You got it, brother. We're about
Watch
ready
out
to be
for those flying spheres.
Oh man,
Yes.
yeah. But we're all leaving with cool little souvenirs.
Yes.
I got one in my pocket right here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that a baseball in your pocket?
It is a baseball.
I'm just happy to see you, brother.
I'm just curious. All right.
Yeah. All right. So if we can go ahead and get the letter of the day, Pierre.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Ryan.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the day letter.
All right. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in asparagus.
All right. And we are going to give away on Friday $500 from Paramount Pictures. Novocaine. You can go see Novocaine in 4DX with seat motion and environmental effects that will put you into the heart of the action, and you're going to feel it in 4DX. Paramount Pictures, Novocaine, stars Jack Quaid, and that's in theaters tomorrow, by the way. So what's up today, Pierre?
Well, we'll have another pair of tickets for Eric Clapton and the Wallflowers on the 13th of September to give away, and Cool Blocks, continuing our block of women for International Women's History Month. Request for a block of Paul McCartney, and a special theme to wrap up the blocks that will deal with fire and burning, and it will pertain to my Christmas card, which is finally starting to arrive in various homes throughout the Delaware Valley. You could say late. I hear you laughing, Steve, but it might be super early for next year.
That's the way to look at it.
That's the way to look at it if you're always late. I mean, if you're always me, if you're always who I am. At any rate, by the way, great video that Marissa posted of her departure at the airport yesterday, and her having drinks in the bar prior to the jet taking off. And then I saw a little video of Marissa and Kathy, and Steve, you're in the middle. So how did you get stuck in the middle seat?
Kathy hates the window seat. She got the window seat, and I got the middle seat. But it actually worked out. But yes, we thought it was kind of funny that we all ended up, at least we did, with.
I was just like, part of the show.
It was that flight was as packed as you could get.
Wipes in my hands, Pierre.
I did see them.
Come on, at this point, you know how I am. Yes, I wiped down my seat, my tray table, my seatbelt, all of it.
Food on the floor and drop us.
Tip from your Uncle Pierre.
I will take no tips
thanks any registration on the other side of the microphone to any of the kids, but I understand, and I wish you Godspeed. And
Thank our sponsors, by the way. The President Steve Show is brought to you today. And Duncan also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods. By the local.
Leaving. I'm leaving.
I got it.
I did.
I
I
saw
didn't
it the
see it
last
because I'm looking down at this copy, but let me finish it. This week,
Okay.
don't miss the classic rock and roll vibe of the Review Romantics. Info at thelandis.com. Thank you to John Brazier from the Phillies. That's it. We're done. Ray John. Bye-bye.